pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gonna be biblical.
That gets me excited every time.
I know.
Welcome to Patriots Across the Pond and Friends, episode 7. Today we've got a very special guest, a bit of a hero of mine. But just first, how are you, Elisa?
I'm good. Good
co-host. Yeah, doing well. This is becoming a daily occurrence for us, isn't it? So the calendar's getting full, which is excellent. Brilliant. And Jason, I just apologise to people because I did put in a screenshot, Jason, Q Dina. I thought she was coming on today. But Jay, I've watched you for a long, long time now, since you were on start with Charlie Ward's, and then I think it was One Republic, you were on with Kelly. I used to watch all those. I've seen you on The Time Is Now. I've seen all the stuff you did with Jack Lander when he came on. He blew your mind when he came on.
Oh, man.
Talking about
that guy's great.
The article Federation and stuff. I've seen your interviews with Charlie Freak, quite heated. But
yeah.
one of the greatest things I've seen was when you did your 8-hour live with Nick Alvea. Now we can talk a bit more about that off air and that, but that was hilarious.
That was great.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was so how are you?
Great. How about you?
Yeah, very well. Very excited with what is going on. Still got lots of messages all the time from people that, have you seen this? What's happening? I'm comfy here. Don't worry about it. Look into the stuff I've sent you. You know, you send people a lot of stuff and they'll come back at you, but they haven't, looked into what you sent them. So it's not the truth is learned, never told. You have to do your own research.
Oh my God, so true. Like I woke up really early the morning after the New York mayoral election. Of course, I can't vote in that because I live on Long Island, so it's a different jurisdiction. But I think I was the only person that was like jumping up and down, excited that the communists won, because I'm like, this is great. This is gonna. Yes. I can't wait. Bring it on. I can't wait to see the tanks coming. And everybody was like, okay, but. It's true. People are, especially in these areas like New York, the spell is so strong, and it doesn't matter what you say. They look at you blindly. I will say, and Stu and I always say this, I don't know if you find this, Jason, but there is a slight glimmer of hope when you talk to people about shit that they know nothing about, but you're telling them, they're like, everything's going to shit. And you're like, no, it's amazing. And we're moving into the most amazing time. And they're like, but you see that little glimmer of hope, like, please tell me this is true. Like, I want to believe this. I just don't see the evidence, And so that's our job, right? To keep raising the vibration and keep letting them raise to start to open their eyes. But it's a tough job.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's the toughest job you ever love. That's all I can say. I mean, it's one of those things where, anybody that, like we were discussing offline, Stu, that, not everybody was supposed to pick up on the Q drops. Not everybody. Only those that actually had eyes seen, ears to hear, that are like, okay, there's something messed up here.
Yeah.
But if you notice, we all awoke around 2017, 2018, right around that time. Yeah.
No accident, right? No accident. And I don't know if you guys remember when you woke up, but mine was the summer of 2016. And I don't even, it was literally like I had the worst experience of my life going through a divorce. It was awful. And the meanness and the vindictiveness that was hitting me. And I was feeling so broken. And I started to just say, I need to get more into myself. I need to meditate. I was literally like shaking out of anxiety. And I literally remember that summer, I read like 25 books. I started meditation. I did all this stuff. I literally remember the day that I was like, holy crap, everything looks different. Like I literally felt like I woke up out of a slumber. I remember that moment so clearly. It was like life changing and soul changing. And I think all of us, if you remember, you can kind of remember that moment that like you were touched by God in some way to just now see it and to go on this path.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their, what got them into this. And some people like, some of the stories, people like, and it's great because whenever you hear a story that you're not going to believe this, it's like, try us. It's like, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
You have to look at it that way. It's like any way to wake us up, that's what they had to do.
Yeah.
That's why we were dotted about everywhere. All over, and I don't like to say the word planet anymore. I like to say worldwide, just in case. But that's why, a lot of us were sort of born into very normy families and stuff like that, and we had to wake ourselves up and find each other really, and start spreading this word and get everyone involved. But how was your awakening, Jason? What was your process for you?
Oh man, no, it was blunt to the point, right? So I was working at the Ford, of course, at the Ford plant. Out of all the stuff learned, it's like, And I was working an electric scissor lift, and it started going up on its own. I had to shut off, power off, everything like that. Nobody's on the ground, and understandably so, you're not supposed to have your hand at pinch point. But I was in an electric lift. I was the only one there. There wasn't much room to, because we were waiting on the piece to come in. So I'm like, just standing there, and had my hand in between the top rail of the scissor lift and the bottom flange of the iron. And it just started going up and started pinching it. And so I'm rocking the thing back and forth, trying to get it to tip. Because you have a better, it's only like 15, 20 feet, but you have a better chance of at least jumping out and doing a roll or something like that instead of having your hand crushed. So finally, I just grabbed my sleeper bar and grabbed, knocked the box over to me and brought it down. I'm talking to my buddy. And just so everybody knows, and this is the craziest part, my buddy that was the boss on the job, guess what his name was? His name is Larry Ellison.
Oh my God.
He's still one of my good friends. I mean, he's one of the greats. And he's like, hey man, just walk it off, because they gave us all a powwow in the morning. They're like, hey, if anybody else gets hurt, we're shutting the whole job down. Everybody's getting fired. Now me, I don't have any kids. I don't have a wife or anything. I'm like, well, I told him, I pulled him aside. Hey man, I don't want to see people get fired. I'm like, I'll go home, ice this. We'll see how it is in the morning and all that. So it just swelled up and everything. And I'm like, hey, I really need to get this checked out. So he sent me a doctor, did x-rays. They're like, well, we can't find anything. But do we have to tell doctors how to do their job? Because you're not going to get anything from a hand or a foot in a x-ray. You have to do a CT scan or an MRI. You literally have to. I mean, to find anything, because all the bones, tendons, everything. It's like, okay, you didn't break any bones, but there's tendon damage and all that. And there actually was. And they shot that claim down and all that, pretty much saying, hey, you need to go back to work. I'm like, I went to therapy, everything like that. They said I needed surgery. So they pretty much said, screw it. So I said, whatever, just walked away. And it was in March or April 2019. And I woke up at like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, and I was thirsty. I'm like, I've never been that thirsty. Never. I went and drank so much water. I looked down my hand, and there's some writing on my hand. Like, what the hell is this? And all I did was I thanked the universe, thank God, and went back to bed. But I took a picture of it first.
I've seen it.
because I'm like, well, wait a second. I'm like, because I didn't want to say anything because people are like, you know how everybody's like, oh, they think of themselves so much bigger than what they are. And I'm like, okay, people know that I have Sharpies here, that I have highlighters here. I'm not going to post it. People are going to think I did it to myself and all that. But in the picture, there was a cut, like a slice that was perfectly fused, right by my thumb. In the picture, there's nothing now. Nothing. When we went on those 2 tours, there were dermatologists that came up and wanted to look at it, and they're like, that doesn't happen. It's impossible. I'm like, I know. So I don't know what it was. All I could say is that from then on, it was just full steam ahead. No stopping.
So do you get any downloads or anything?
I don't know what they're called, but all I know is that these algorithms are mind-bending. Because for some reason, things just pop up in your purview and you're like, how did this just slap right up in front of us? Because, yeah. I mean, it's literally like we're being pointed in multiple directions, but even though we're all pulled in multiple directions, it's all for the same goal. So that's 100%. The best part. You see people looking at the financial and the political and the worldwide stuff and everything like that. And everybody's like, oh, they're all fighting. It's like, you guys, there's 3 movies in these drops. Everything can be done 3 times. So everybody's like, oh, no, this is it. I'm like, guys, you literally have multiple movies. So who knows what's playing?
Do you think that's why there's so much division at the moment? And, there's so much kayfabe and all this sorts of stuff that, it's splitting people up to ultimately bring them all together in the middle, minus that 4 to 6%, whatever.
And the thing is that, there's one thing that Trump valued everything on, its loyalty. Even though, like, everything he's doing now, people are like, I can't believe he's doing it. He's like, you can't. It's like, why is he in bed with Israel? He's one of them. It's like,
oh my gosh.
Do you guys know what the Samson option is? I mean, literally, you guys. But the thing is that this has to be death by 1,000 cuts. Everything has to be revealed. You can't say, oh, we're just going to level them for this. It's like, no, we want to know every crime that they did. So there's justification there for Trump to just completely level Israel because it's coming.
Yeah. And what frustrates me is that people that supposedly are awakened and understand conveniently forget when there's a 5G chess move being made and they're all set to go off on Trump. Like, can he be brilliant 1 minute and then be a complete asshole the next? No, it's all strategic. So now these people that are kind of going off with this, with the mortgage, the 50-year mortgage and all of that, like, are you kidding? Like, oh, what is he doing? Or even the Epstein list. If you are awakened and you've been studying this, we know how deep. It's not about the list necessarily. It's about how deep this goes and how it's going to implode the entire world about what was really going on with that list. It's not about who was there. Yes, obviously people that were pedophiles and doing all this kind of nefarious stuff, no question. But deeper than that, the financial system, the people at the top who were involved in this, what had been going on for years. And we could probably assume that if this is a movie, Epstein is one of the characters. I'm sure this was going on with many other Epsteins, if you will, so to speak, around. So I get so frustrated with people who are just like, I want to see perp walks and I want to see this. And how come the RV hasn't happened? And it's like, are you really understanding what the fight is about and what this war is about? Or are you just still so caught up in ego that you need to get some kind of gratification of something? And that bothers me.
Yeah. And also, so Trump comes out with this 50-year mortgage. Guys, he's talking to us. How many months are in a year?
12. Well, 13.
Right.
Well, in our calendar.
Yeah, 12.
Okay. And you have 50 years, right? What's 12 plus 5?
17.
Do you think that he'd say, oh, yeah, we need 50-year mortgages when all the banks are going bye-bye?
Yeah.
He's like, but the 50-year mortgage was mentioned overseas. I think was it UK or it was someplace over in Europe that they mentioned the 50-year mortgages first. And then Trump came back and said, hey, yeah, we'll talk about 50-year mortgages. Everything's done twice, guys. It's all back to back. It's like boom, boom, boom. Because he's giving them, it's like, yeah, you know, what, these 50-year mortgages? So all these bankers, like, you know, with their little kikiness, just like, yeah. It's like he is bringing them all in to ruin every single one, to expose everything.
Yes.
Because the thing is that if we didn't have the shutdown, we wouldn't have the insurance companies exposed. Right. And the WIC and the SNAP benefits. And it's like, how are there 100 million taxpayers in America and 42 million on benefits? Mm-hmm. But then yet you have all these illegals here on these H-1B visas that they're not supposed to be here, that are working entry-level jobs at like hotels and 7-Elevens and all that. No, that is not what the H-1B visa was actually meant for. It was for highly skilled jobs. And that's why Trump's like, he keeps on saying, yeah, we need to bring people in. What he's doing is he's telling all these other tech bros, saying, hey, you guys might want to jump ship. You guys might want to come over to the good side. Or saying, hey, we really need a lot of you guys. And maybe this whole Q thing is just it's like a big application, like a job application. Because the thing, if we're all doing this for nothing and we're finding more than, you know, I mean, we're keeping in step with the government. I mean, even Trump said, he's like, a sign of intelligence is the ability to predict the future. You know, and that's the thing. It's like all these. So what they played their own shit against them. So yeah, Epstein and all of them, and they're big in the super forecasting through the Edge Foundation, through Craig Venter and George Church, and all this with DNA and manipulating the consciousness and everything. So there are these Edge Foundation dinners. Well, Epstein was funding and financing them. It's like, how does this guy know so much without having a college education? He knows all about genetics and all this. It's like, so which Nephilim is this guy? Because we know they're here. Because we know 3 of them, actually 4 right off the bat, that from 3 paintings and 1 person saying that they have 6 toes. The 1 person that says she has 6 toes is Kris Jenner. We all know they're demonic. Then you have the paintings of Bush, Clinton, and Obama. The red dress, the White House, and the one with the planes. Yeah. Because when you look at the one with Obama, with the ivy and everything, count the fingers on his hand that has his hand over his lap, over his thigh, over his knee. There's 6 fingers there. The 6th one is tucked in. You'll see like a roll. It's a finger. It's just like in the painting with Bill Clinton. Everybody's like, oh, they're fixed on the shoes and the dress. It's like, look at the hand he's pointing at you with. He has a thumb up, a finger out, and he has 4 fingers down. How many fingers does that mean? He has 6 fingers. 1 hand. Same thing with George Bush in the airplanes. Yeah. Where he's sitting on the floor. Look at the hand that he has coming over his ankle, right? And the thing is that in order to grasp your ankle, you have to grasp it like this, right? 4 and 1. He has 5 fingers going over. Well, then where's the thumb? It's tucked behind. Yeah. He's one of them too. I mean, they put it all in plain sight for us to find, but you have to look at the real, like, pay attention to detail. I mean, there's so, you know, the devil is in the details.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And yesterday, I don't know if you caught our show. We showed a 20-minute clip from a movie.
So I got to send them. It was the 20 minutes about the money creation and the banking industry, and yeah, we both got shut down during the show.
Yeah, exactly. But
our YouTube's back now.
Yeah, copyright infringement. But
yeah, shut us down.
But here's the thing: I was rewatching it this morning with, you know, because the mornings everything hits me a little bit stronger, so I have like more of my energy. So I was watching it. And as I'm watching it, you know, the person I'm with, I'm like, do you understand this is money magic? And they're like, yeah, like I never saw it that way. You know, this is crazy. And I was like, but who could actually do this? Who could actually come up with this? Who has the ability to have planned this out? And they were like, the Rockefellers. I'm like, no. The Rothschilds. I'm like, no. I'm like, the agenda is a reptilian agenda. It's so much greater than what humans would put together. You know, it all leads back to that. The deeper you go into all this, like you were just talking about the 6 fingers, and that to me, if you ask me, Stu and I talk about this all the time. What's the near-death experience? I think it could be a lot of things, but I don't think it's physical. I think it's going to be the actual cognitive dissonance, like, what the hell have I been living with? I can't comprehend what is being told to me right now about what this existence is really about. That's what I think. It's a psychic near-death experience.
Yeah. It's the moment you realize you're a part of a simulation within a hologram.
Yes.
And then you understand that you are the operator of this hologram. You make this hologram work. So right now we look at everything physical because we've been so knocked down. Our DNA, our genetics, everything, we've been so suppressed. Now that's all getting ready to open up. And that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of us gaining back our power. Because when people want to say, oh, Trump's one of them, he said he's giving power back to we the people. But the problem is that we're so embedded with evil, and the world is embedded with evil. Don't expect that and it's all done. Or just that if you arrest Hillary and Obama, that everything's clear. It's like they're peons in this. I mean, literal, like.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And people that are like, I want to see Comey put. Seriously? And I'm not talking about normies that are not. I'm talking about people from our own community. Like, you're supposed to be awake, and this is what you're focused on. I don't know. I don't think that's good for the vibration. You're not helping other people to ascend by focusing on such a low level issue, if you will.
Like money.
Yeah.
Even though people are like, oh, you need it. Yeah, you need to survive. But the problem is that shouldn't be the first thing you think about when you come to the group and you're like, well, where's the RV? Where's this? Like, hey, it's all divine timing.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I talked to Charlie Ward this morning, and it seems that there were some scrolls from China that we took possession of, and there were 1,000 of them. Each one of the scrolls, the value has 32 zeros on it.
Wow.
Holy shit.
What's in these scrolls?
I mean,
it's our real history. It's the real truth.
I know a lot of us that are awakened now don't even think about money and stuff. Like, we've all got bits of gold, silver, XRP, Bitcoin, whatever you've got ready and all this sorts of stuff. But if the truth comes out and all the criminals get arrested, we're all going to be rich anyway. If that all goes to nothing, do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And the trouble is with a lot of people waking up as well, these people that still won't wake up. I think a lot of them are not going to wake up until it hits them in the pocket, you know? Yep. So, you know, something's going to have to happen now, I think.
Well, I would have thought that would have been a few years ago. Remember when, like, you go to Home Depot or something and plywood's like $80-something a sheet and all the home builders, but they weren't waking up then. And that was under Biden. And it's like, guys, this is what you wanted.
Yeah.
But I think it was necessary because, you know, when you look at everything throughout history, even down the presidency and everything has to be done twice. So why did Trump lose the second election but win the third? It was all part of the plan. Because if he would have had consecutive presidencies, then they could have pretty much, as soon as he got out, they could have signed everything out, and then they would have had the Olympics, the World Cup, and everything. But the problem is that it's not another 4-year election, right? So they take the first 4 years, and they're like, okay, we're going to get used to this. We're going to start putting some stuff in, you know, to influence the second term. Well, then here comes 2020, and now the world was shown that all the elections are fraudulent. Sweet. Let's go back to paper. And in Indiana, you have to show ID. And when you vote, there's a paper readout. And I mean, it's 6:01 p.m. on election day, 11:05. They already had all the results up. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Not exactly. And the funny thing is that is isn't it kind of amusing that they're like, oh yeah, that Mikey Sherrill and Mom Donnie, they announced them the same day.
They what? Can you say that again?
They announced they won the same day.
Oh.
Well, why couldn't they do that on the other elections?
Right.
Why does it take so long to count?
Exactly. Joe, can you just explain to people why they're doing everything twice?
Well, because those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat itself. It's going to repeat itself. So what they're doing is they're repeating it in such a rapid fashion that we're catching all the bullshit. Because if everything runs in cycles, they shortened up a cycle. So they're like, hey, here's this. Like when you look at the Q drops, right? That's the one cycle. Now everything's coming true in this cycle. It's like, what does that tell us? That tells us that this whole super forecasting they were doing using the Simpsons and movies and everything. Now look, they got beat at their own game because they didn't have the Orion Cube. That's the one thing they could not take control of. They lost control of that in 2016, and that's the cube that was given to us by, I think it was Valiant Thor, and that you could actually look into the future. So if you could look in the future and see how things are, you come back and, sometimes you have to go forward to go back. Well, and they're like, well, because we talk about God's timing a lot, right? Well, the thing is, God didn't create time. So we can manipulate time. Time is a Babylonian construct, just like the money magic. It's all Babylonian money magic. That's why Israel wants to seize control of Iraq and parts of Saudi Arabia and all that, because of their Talmudical academies. Because you have the Babylonian Talmud, Babylon, Iraq, and then you have the Jerusalem Talmud. Guess where? So now what we're seeing is a faction. We're seeing both groups of Jews fighting against one another. The Sadducees and the Pharisees, basically. Because you have the Orthodox ones, 70% voted for Mamdani. But then you have all the other Jews saying, I can't believe this could happen. It's like, now you see a split. Because it's the old bull, young bull. They're at the top, they're looking down on a bunch of heifers. They're like, young bull's like, hey, Dad, why don't we go run down there and fuck one? He's like, why don't we go down and get them all? Just walk down and get them all. So you have the Orthodox Jews that are like, oh, we don't want to sign up for military or anything like that. Why? Because they're the black magicians. They're the ones that are doing shit in the tunnels. The rabbis are the evil ones. Then you look at the other side with the other Jews and the mega group in New York and everything. That are all those ultra billionaires. Because the MS-13, why is MS-13 so important? Nobody got this. It's Michael Steinhardt and the 13 people under him in the mega group.
So I think this is a good time, especially me. I'm in New York. I have a lot of followers and a lot of friends that are Jewish.
Yeah.
And I think what we need to do, like, you look at the factions, you look at the Jews / Israel, you look at the Catholics / Vatican, right? And you've got these institutions, let's call them, okay, for lack of, but underneath this, you have people like me, like my good friends, we're all the slobs, okay? We are not part of this machinery. And I think that's what we need to make clear. We're not talking about the guy who's busting his ass every day, whether he's Catholic or Jewish. He's trying to have a good life for his family. He's trying to, add something to society. He has morals, That's what I want to make really clear.
Yeah, it's not all. And that's the thing. But the problem is
it's
that
the institutionalized.
It's the synagogue of Satan. It's your ones that are going to synagogue and all that, because people are, but they follow the Torah. The Torah and Talmud go hand in hand. You can't read the Torah without the Talmud. You can't read the Talmud without the Torah. So when you look at the Talmudic faction, when they say that Christ is burning in hell in his own excrement, and his followers are drowning in semen, well, I don't think that's a very good religion. So those that follow that Talmudical sect, they got to go. But the problem is that, we, like, for me, I could say, oh, well, I have all these friends. It's like, I'm worried about me and worried about my inner light and all that. Everybody else's inner light, they could work on that. Because at the end, it's not us that are going to judge. It's God that's going to judge. But also, we have to understand that, this whole Zionism and this whole Israel deserves a right to exist. No, they don't. They've never had a right to exist. They were never a part of the covenant. They broke the covenant 3,000 years ago. That's why Trump keeps on mentioning 3,000 years. What happened 3,000 years ago? I mean, you start looking at this Hadrian character, right? One of the 5 good emperors from Rome. Well, when you look along Hadrian, because the only reason why Hadrian came into the purview is because Dina's like, hey, did you hear about this new AI place, this massive place they're building in Arizona? And we were told to watch Arizona. It's called Hadrian. I'm like, and I thought like the Hadron Collider. I'm like, they're building another collider. I'm like, wait a second, that's Hadron. I'm like, Hadrian. Where do I know that name? He's one of the 5 good emperors. Well, you'll be shocked to know that Hadrian was known as the little Greek boy because he was deep in the philosophy and all this, but he was Roman. Well, as he was growing up, he went under, I forgot who it was. He was a scribe under someone, and then he moved on up. But then he had this Antinius character, which was a scribe under him, which people say, oh, they were screwing, he had a so much sex. Just like, is there anything in history? Are there any documents that state that? That's all we're asking. Because if we're saying that, oh yeah, he was doing this, it's like, well, it's easy to accuse somebody like 3,000 years ago or something, but no. But it was 2,000 years ago because it was the whole 70 AD, the siege of Jerusalem and all that. Because this Antinius, what happened to him is that he ended up drowning in the Nile River. Right? And Hadrian just he started naming, avenues for him and, towns and cities and all this. Think about that Trump Kennedy Center. How did JFK Jr. die? Quote unquote die. Wasn't it in the water?
Apparently so.
So now if you go the whole 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. But people don't realize there were 3 people on that airplane.
Oh, was there?
Yeah. Because it also had his sister, or her sister.
His sister-in-law, yeah.
Yeah. And she was fluent in Mandarin. So who could you send over to China and actually work with Xi and all that as a back channel? There's one. And then you have Junior and all that, which I could tell you right now, he's still alive.
Right.
I mean, that whole thing is just a crock of shit. So you have that one, right? But where's the second one? The second will be Charlie Kirk. 1 if by land, right? He shot on land. So that 2 by sea. Antinius. There's your 2. Then Hadrian built a wall from England to Scotland. Hadrian's wall, separating it, right? The wall means so much more. Then when you think about it, he's like, hey, I want to build this ballroom, And when you look at pictures of it, it's like, does anybody think that just oddly looks like the Roman Senate? Anyone? Just a little bit? Because the 2 presidents that built the East and West Wing, that's why they both got to come down, were the Roosevelts.
I didn't know that.
Because Theodore Roosevelt, everybody's like, oh, he's so great. No. Theodore Roosevelt is not great. Not great at all. You could take him off of Mount Rushmore, as far as I'm concerned. He's the one that started bureaucracy.
He was also the one that, under the guise, by the way, here in New York on Long Island, we have his summer house. And, before I started understanding, I loved him. Do you know what I mean? Like I was kind of blinded. And because there's a lot of lore and legend and all that stuff, right? Very American, but he also started the national parks. And he was a big proponent of making those lands, protected. But you have to wonder why they were doing that, to keep all those lands in the governmental and national places, right?
Yeah, but if it's our land, why is the government taking it?
Right.
What are they hiding? But the thing is, now you're starting to see these federal lands, because what was the first national park in America?
Was that Yellowstone?
Devil's Tower.
Oh, Devil's Tower. Okay.
Now, why would you pick a tree stump to be the first one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And why would they call it Devil's Tower? Just bringing that old Satanism in. But the thing about Theodore Roosevelt is that he was the vice president for McKinley. Remember, McKinley was big on tariffs.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that after that, everything started falling apart. Because when you see the bureaucracy that he was bringing in and all these services that didn't have any ties to the executive branch, that's why they built the West Wing. It was all pro bureaucracy. And the East Wing was built as a first lady's quarters because he needed Eleanor Roosevelt to have her own office because, well, she needs someplace to do her little seances and everything like that, because underground, that's where they have the presidential, that PEOC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center. And in the drops, it's listed 4 times. How often did they use this? It's like, and it says PEOC force failed in a kill box. It's like, so who was in there? What were they doing in there? And that's why Trump, when he dug it up, he's like, yeah, we have some problems underground. It's like, what problems do we have underground? So what was placed in there? There had to have been something in there because Trump didn't go down there. Not at all. Because why would he? It's like, what if something was put in there to monitor everything? Because it's basically a skiff. If it's your Presidential Emergency Operations Center, but what's it connected to? Because we know there's a lot of tunnels.
Yeah. So I have a question for you, and I've been writing notes because you have so much knowledge. So my first thing, just talking about this, the White House, they're showing us how they're redoing the ballroom, right, and all this, and we know about the ley lines and how they've kind of moved things around and taken down that system. Do you believe that this is part 2, meaning this was already done and they're just exposing it now? I mean, would he have waited to his 3rd term to do that, or have they already done this, or is this being like, why are they doing it now and they didn't do it before?
Well, think about doing it now because it's all timing. I think they're waiting on that 3-eye atlas.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, I firmly believe that is, what if that's the keystone? But there's also another keystone, which is the Mormon doctrine. They call that the keystone. So when you look at the Mormon church, that just gets all crazy. But when it comes to the White House and doing all that, I firmly believe that they had to show us in 4 years how bad it was getting. Because as we went back to all the shutdowns that they had, right? All the government shutdowns, all 4 of them concerned illegals. All 4. The second one was for Dreamers. The third one was for the border wall. And the first one was for immigration, a change in immigration rules. It's like, well, why would you be... Does that have anything to do with Americans? So it's almost like they were setting the stage to bring all these illegals in, and they knew it. And Trump even said, he's like, yeah, they're going to bring in all their rapists, their killers. Like, well, was he wrong? No. But there's people here like, oh, they're not criminals. It's like, if you break into somebody's house, did you commit a crime?
Right.
So consider America our house. You broke into our house. You are a criminal. You deserve to be deported. And you can sit here and cry all you want. I don't care if you've been here. If you've been here for 30-something years and you still didn't get, naturalized and all that, you had all that time. Bye.
Yeah.
I mean, because the reason why we're paying so much at the grocery stores is because Walmart and all these other big box stores, they're getting all these subsidies from us through the WIC program. It's just like the insurance. It's like if you didn't have insurance, you'd pay less than half for the procedure.
Right.
But since you have insurance and you have a deductible, you have to pay that, like the Obamacare, you have to pay that $5,000 deductible before you even get work done. But if you didn't have insurance, it won't cost you $600. But since they required people to have insurance and to pay that $5,000 deductible, so the Treasury was paying these insurance companies all this money, so their stock price went up. So you need to go in and find every senator and congressman that was buying those stocks at that time and throw them out.
Mm-hmm.
Now you just throw them out, press charges on them. Because corruption, we could deal with prison. Anything else, you hang them.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, if it's criminal, fine. But then you go into the other areas, crimes against humanity and treason and all that, goodbye.
Because there's going to be a lot of Republicans deserve the news too. Because I don't care about Democrat, Republican. They're all two wings of the same bird. Especially that Brian Mast. Grab that Brian Mast and throw a noose and throw him right in the river. You're going to come into our house and wear an IDF soldier uniform? That's what you're going to do? And then you were over there training with the Shin Bet before you got into Congress? And now you're in Congress and now it's all pro-Israel? But yet everybody bitches, oh, China's trying to do this. What do you mean trying? I mean, can you imagine America having a APAC, like an American-Russian pack, right?
Right.
Or China? People be up in arms. But Israel, oh no, they're the good ones.
Yeah.
From where? I mean, if you can't see with your eyes, I mean, that's it. That whole, because now what they did was, and you're going to love this, now they convinced 50 states to claim that Judaism is a race and that since they're only 2% of the population worldwide, that they should be getting grants and they should become minority-owned businesses. Let that sink in.
Yeah.
The Jews are saying that they have minority businesses here when they literally own everything.
Right.
Because everything I look into, it always ties back to them. It's the whole religion. It's the whole aspect. Judaism is nothing more. Judaism is the Antichrist.
So let me just ask you something. We were talking before about the Romans, right?
Yes.
And then I mentioned the Catholic Church, and we talked. Yep. Can you talk to how that all gels together? You know, because we've been taught or brainwashed, like they're so different. You know, and we've been trained that, you know, if you're Christian, it's so you know, it's separate, and Judaism's different. But how is it all part of the same awful structure?
It's all manipulation. Every religion, down to Christianity, down to all of them. Christ didn't come up with Christianity. He said the way. He said, God, you need to go to these bricks and mortar places. Everything's within you. So when they say that, you know, a church, right? Like right now, this is considered a church because you have like-minded people discussing ideas, and you know, and some things are biblical, but you tie that into what's going on today. That is a church. Nobody's saying, hey, you have to pay 10% or else you ain't coming in.
Right.
Now, those are the people you have to watch out for because there are a lot of them. And then you start seeing these, you know, these right-wing influencers that took the money from Israel. And now they're all like, oh, pro-Israel, and, you know, they could do nothing wrong. It's like, that's the problem we have. Because that's why they say, be careful who you follow.
Right.
Right?
So,
these people could change at any time.
So how is the Vatican and that structure connected to Israel? Right? Because it's kind of interesting how the tunnel went from the Vatican all the way down to Israel with all the gold. So what I'm trying to bring across, and hopefully you could help to
the connection between those, the Anunnaki.
Yeah, because we're thinking like the Jews, like, no, we're all fucked. Like, you have to understand what they've done. So I'm trying to say, like, how is that all connected? But they make us think it's different. So we fight each other and have all these different, you know, separations, if you will.
Yeah, well, it all goes down to the Anunnaki. That's who they worship. If you notice, the Catholics and the Jews, they all wear yarmulkes. Why? It's an extension of the skull. They're showing reverence to the elongated skull ones. That's why they wear them. And you start looking at this, it's like with the Vatican, and you notice all the symbolism in the Vatican. These people think, oh, the Vatican, so let me get this straight. So the Pope is the vicar of Christ. So you're saying he's Christ
infallible.
Yeah.
Let's remember that.
Yeah. And then, not to mention, just a couple weeks ago, Pope Leo XIV decides to canonize, make a saint of a satanic priest. Make of that what you will, right? A high-ranking satanic priest. But he was only in the satanic religion a couple years. But then he found God again. So are you sure? Are you really sure? Because for some reason, I mean, there's a lot of stuff come out with the Vatican because you had all the doors opening, and then we saw that there were those entities on the inside that just mysteriously disappeared. And then with all the popes, when they started coming in, all their faces started changing and everything. I'm like, nuh-uh. You guys opened a door that you guys can't close. That's what you guys did. Then you look at all the reptilian stuff, because everybody's like, well, what beats a snake? A dragon? That's what beats a snake. That's the 13th symbol. Dragons are real. 100%. I mean, in China, they have a massive, it looks like a mountain range, but it's a dragon. You can see the scales. You can see everything on the back, everything. So when you look at this whole Game of Thrones, right? Game of Thrones is all true. I've never watched it, but everything in it's true. Like, they were exposing everything with the dragons, the giants. It's all it is. It's all one big... Because the fantasy is only as much as we make it.
I told us everything, haven't they?
Yeah, and once they put us in education in schools, that's when they completely ruined us. Because it's like, you have to think this way. And now you look at all the teachers, because the teachers, when we were in school, we had all the older, the mean ones and everything like that. It's like, you did this, all this. But now you look at it, and it's a completely different change. Like, oh, we need social justice, and, oh, white people are bad, and because who controls the school system? The Jews.
And let me tell you something else. Listen, I don't condone bullying. Okay, I'm just going to say that. However, when I was a kid, and I'm a girl, okay, so it goes even further for boys. Let's put it that way. Somebody messed with you, okay, and somebody bullied you. What was the way to take down a bully? You had to fight him. You had to give him a good punch in the face and say, I'm not going to take this shit from you. And what usually happens, because a bully's usually a coward, they're like, oh, okay, now all of a sudden they think you're the greatest thing. So they did this war on bullying, in my opinion, to lessen, not even lessen, to pull out any sense of fighting for oneself, of standing up for oneself. And that permeates everything. And when my kids were little, I have girls, and they were on the bus, I said, listen, this one's about, I said, I don't care what your teacher says. And they went to Catholic school, so that's a whole other thing on me. But I said, somebody bothers you, and if they put their hands on you, I said, you have my permission to punch them right in the fucking face. And they were like, Mom, I said, I'll deal with that at the school. Yeah. You protect yourself. And fortunately, it didn't come to that. But I had to go into the schoolyard when with this nasty girl who was bullying me when I was in the 6th grade. And then you know what she did afterwards? Everything was like, oh my God, Elisa, how are you? Elisa, can I get that? So now you're telling kids, don't stand up for yourself, don't fight for yourself. And then that's going to be every other aspect of life. They just comply. And then what happens? Then we have COVID and the masks, and none of these kids up, and they're compliant. And Mommy, don't say anything. Why do you have to embarrass us, by getting kicked out of the store and getting kicked out of the restaurant? I was like, you don't understand, because.
Oh man. It's like when we were kids. We would say the same thing to our parents, and we didn't realize why. And now we woke up and we're like, oh, that's why. Because we want a society where it's trust based. So if somebody's getting a shaft or something like that, you have to speak up. Because if you keep on letting people walk all over you, where's the end? I mean, they can only walk over you so many times, and then you're just a doormat.
Yeah, I mean, you said Gen X was the last, generation where we had it good, really. And the trouble is, since then, they've indoctrinated these kids, taken all this masculinity out and put all these other rules in and stuff. And 30 years on, all these kids that they indoctrinated are now in the schools, and they are the teachers, and that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
And they've put a war on femininity too. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah.
Androgyny. But I want to say one thing in deference to this generation, because it's very easy to look at the negative, which we've identified. I do see that this generation, what does differentiate them a little bit, and not you, Jason, but like they are much more prone to do research. I've noticed that. My kids say things to me that I'm like, holy shit. They have clarity about a lot of things that maybe we didn't. I think they're more there's a higher frequency to the way they interact with one another and the way they are. I mean, I always attributed it to being from New York and being from Queens and being being Sicilian, right? Like, oh, I'm always ready to be nasty. But there's not that. I don't think it was. I think it was part of how we were raised. But these kids, I noticed there's a softerness about them with one another. They're much more prone to have community in a way that we didn't. So it's not all bad. And because they've come in at a higher frequency, that's what makes it so tragic of what the schools and what society and what social media and all this stuff has done to hurt that. So I think when we get to a point where a lot of this is going to come out and things are going to change, I think they're going to flourish.
Oh, big time.
Just because of how they came into this world.
Yep. Because also, you have a lot of that generation, their parents are Gen Z or Gen X. And you look at that, it's like, because with kids, it's like and I know from growing up and everything like that, if your parents like, hey, don't do that, you're like, why? It's like, don't do that. And then you do it, and then you find out you screwed up, and it's like, told you not to do that because, well, why are they telling you that? Because they did it before. It's like they're trying, and it took so long to get through all of our heads that our parents were actually guiding us down the correct way. And we didn't have technology back then, so it's like, hey, you listen, it's all about respect, compassion, empathy, and all that. And now with the kids coming up now, they thought that they would have lost their compassion and empathy by now because, oh, well, you have to worry about the gays and this. No. That's the problem with this.
I think a lot of them are getting it back as well, aren't they? Especially with the Charlie Kirk thing. That's reignited a lot of passion in that younger movement. Not so much here, especially in America.
Yeah, well, in that movement, that whole turning point.
Yeah, I mean, I got up at 4:00 last night to watch your 5-hour show last night, and I had to go to bed after it. And I skipped through a few bits because you had quite a long segment in the middle. But what they were saying about that TP USA and stuff, there's a lot more involved in that, isn't there, Jay and Charlie Kirk and Erica and stuff? Do you want to go into that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean that whole thing we showed yesterday. It's like a 2-hour, and they had a forensic auditor come in and go through the books of TP USA, and I'm like, there's something wrong here. There's something way wrong. It's like everybody thought, oh, Charlie's such a saint. It's like we really have to rethink this because when Charlie started out, he started out with this guy named William. What's his name? I'll find out. Hold on a second. What's his name? Let's see. Damn it. I had his name written here. William Montgomery helped and funded Charlie Kirk to open TP USA, right? Thing is, you can't find much on this guy. But
so do you think this was a whole psyop from the beginning of him? Like that he might not even be in person. You know how they say that Snowden really isn't a person? He's a psyop to express what was going on and to expose, certain things going on in the CIA. Do you think Charlie Kirk is a similar creation?
I don't know. Because when he started out, it was all about fiscal responsibility and all that. It wasn't anything politics. But then he got big overnight. Why? Probably took that trip to Israel.
Yeah.
Right? Got to get that Israel money. But then you start looking at, the backers and why TPUSA is 50% Mormon. Those are the ones you got to look out for. The Mormons.
Talk about that a little.
The Mormons and the Jews are one and the same.
Why?
It's Mormon Judaism. It's literally here. Hold on a second. In fact, I have an article from February 21st, 2016 from The Forward. That's an Israeli publication. Jewish Mormons celebrate their dual identity. Even though Christ is not in the Jewish, like this, it says right here, this Jason Olson, U.S. Navy chaplain, serving in Japan, right? Jewish mother, Lutheran father. Growing up in Phoenix, Arizona, he went to a Reform Hebrew school that a bar mitzvah observed Jewish holidays, but his family also celebrated Christmas and Easter. Of course they would. That confused him and prompted a religious quest that led him eventually to Mormonism, thanks to some LDS friends in high school. Those were difficult years, also recalls. I had privately embraced Jesus as the Messiah, but I was still outwardly living a Jewish life and struggling with my identity. I had privately embraced Jesus as the Messiah, but I was still outwardly living a Jewish life and struggling with my identity. All Mormonism is, it's prosperity gospel. That's it. You have to give 10% to the church. So now they send all these missionaries, right? Because the whole Mormon church is bullshit. The whole Book of Mormon, everything's been fraudulent. Everything.
And what's the deal with the whole multiple wives thing? Was that just to procreate faster?
Bloodlines. Because the thing is, it's like, you look at the Mormons and how fast they're populating. You look at the Jews over in Israel. Why is it that during COVID, every country's population went down? Like their birth rate declined sharply, except Israel's. It spiked. Who created the vaccines? Israel did. It's all them. And nobody can tell me any different because we have the documentation for it. They screwed themselves.
Wasn't that the testing ground for weren't they the most heavily vaccinated? Now there's a lot of discussion about how much was bad and how much the White House got through with warp speed and all these sorts of things. But weren't they the most heavily vaccinated country, Israel?
According to the news.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
But what vaccine did they take? They took the Operation Warp Speed vaccine.
Right, yeah.
That means they're getting out of here.
Yeah.
And the thing is, all these Jewish doctors here, because you have Jews here that are going to see doctors, and you have to get this. And what they were giving out different vaccines for people. They were giving us the ones that were killing people. People need to look at how many Jews died from COVID-19 from the shot. That's all you have to do. When you see that, you'll see exactly what they were doing. It was the whole population control, population reduction. They wanted to kill off the white people, the native white people, bring all these illegals in, because they can't say they didn't fund it, because the Catholic Charities and Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society both funded this whole mass migration, which case Alejandro Mayorkas was a part of Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society then, and then he ends up being a Homeland Security. Just like when Homeland Security was brought about, it was Michael Chertoff, another Mossad Jew, and you start looking at all the things, because this whole Islamophobia, right? It's like, why do you say phobia? We're not afraid of them. It's like, we just want the truth in all this.
Right.
Because why are we being told to hate Islam and all the Muslim extremists when they love and respect Christ too? So what are we fighting here? So with these radical Muslim extremists, just like in Sudan, they're like, oh, radical Muslim extremists are down there committing genocide. Who funded it? Oh, Israel did. Oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
Come on.
Follow the money.
I mean, you know it's pretty bad when you had to come up with a button because you got sick and tired of saying Jews.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and people are like, oh, well, you can't blame all. It's like, well, then who are we supposed to say? You can't say Zionists because they were doing this shit before Zionism. You don't get kicked out of 109 countries and over 1,300 cities and municipalities for being good. But yet, if you say anything, it's blood libel. Well, we're not the ones that were sacrificing Christian children and drinking their blood. So now when you look at the Mormons and they're going all over Central and South America and they're baptizing natives, when you baptize them, that means that they are a born-again Christian. That means the Jews can go in there and sacrifice them, drink their blood, and do all that. That's what they were doing with the Catholics back in the 1800s out west, with all the missions out in California and everything. It's exactly what they did. The Catholics brought the Jews with them because they were just barbarians. Because these are the same ones from 980 AD that Prince Vladimir the Great. That's why when the interview between Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin was so massive, everybody's like, why is he going that far back? I'm like, because you have to see where this started. 980 AD, Prince Vladimir the Great from Russia went down to Khazaria and told them that they had to pick between three Abrahamic religions because they were all Babylonian Talmudic barbarians. So he said you have to pick between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and you have to follow it. Right. They picked Judaism because you could hide all this black magic under Judaism. So when did Judaism really split? Right there. So everything after that, those who are the synagogue of Satan, those who say the Jews are they're not. None of them are Jews. None of them. When people say they're a Jew now, they're not. Your covenant was, you never completed the covenant. Because like, oh, God promises. No. If God promised you this, you would have already had it. But since you're God's chosen people, then who are we? We're all God's children. But yet they think that they're so much better because they can't create anything. That's why they have to do all the geofencing. This whole thing with TPUSA, it was just to gather all this Christian data and everything to basically use against them.
Wow.
Because Israel was running all the geofencing. We're looking at China and Russia. Oh, they're hacking us. Shit. You know how worried I am about China right now? How many times has China attacked America? How many times has Russia attacked America? How many times has Israel attacked America? Let's get those numbers up, right?
And, the other day on Veterans Day, you had Phil Torney on, who I've also interviewed. And it's amazing how that has been so suppressed, what happened with the USS Liberty, and how our government was completely partnered up with Israel to take down that ship. And the people on that ship, what was their greatest crime? Surviving.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what they did to those men and threatening them and making them live with the pain and the anguish of what happened and how they were betrayed beyond belief by their own country.
And who was the president at the time?
LBJ.
And who was he? A Jew. His mother was a Jew. Because in 1964, in March of 1964, he was the first president to actually speak in front of the Knesset. Why? Yes. Why? And then all of a sudden, because the memo is just the beginning, right? January 19, 2018, 3/11/44, post 560. JFK and Israel's nuclear program, U.S. positions concerning Dimona reactor. And isn't it funny? It's on 1961. So if you take this date, January 19, 2018, if you subtract 10 days, you get January 9th. Well, here's the memorandum. This memorandum indicates the U.S. knowledge of Israeli nuclear capability and the response to the program. We have them all. They lied. They stole all the nuclear material from NUMEC in Pennsylvania and Apollo, Pennsylvania. And then when they said, "Oh, we're going down to get Adolf Eichmann from Argentina," what did they bring back? They brought back 90,000 tons of yellow cake uranium. And who helped them with that? The British Crown. Because you need heavy water in order to complete the process. So England would have gave them the heavy water because they gave them the land. Might as well give them the water too.
Right. So let me ask you, this is like more of a philosophical question because we're talking about facts, documentation, philosophically. I'm a Jew who was living in Europe at the time of, Nazi Germany, right? When I say Nazi Germany, I don't just mean Germany, I mean Poland and all these other things.
Yeah.
Right? And I saw my father get shot, and then I end up in a concentration camp, and my daughter maybe dies, and all this stuff. And now there's true victimization. And of course, I'm not talking about all the other people that were killed too, but this was the thing that was focused on because the political narrative was about getting rid of the Jews, right? So it indoctrinated into their mind. It wasn't just about an overall takeover of humanity. So now I am left with this trauma. And then somebody says to me, as the war is over, we can keep you in a safe place. It's called Israel, and you go there and you'll be safe and your family will be safe. And this is a land for the Jews because you've been so mistreated, right? Now, I'm a human being who's been traumatized. I've lost people, right? I have post-traumatic stress, and then that becomes generational, right? Because this happened to your family. Then you have people that come to America who have that background, and they view Israel as this safe haven. And this has been indoctrinated and because who controls the media and all this other stuff to make sure that they view Israel as this panacea of safety. How do you tell these people that because of all the indoctrination about anti-Semitism and everybody hates the Jews and all this kind of stuff, how do you tell the populace that what the truth is without them being defensive? And we see how Trump and the operation has had to align with Israel outwardly to not get all these people set. Like, I know we're talking here, and I know a lot of Jewish people who understand what's really going on. They don't see it as a Jewish Christian. They just see it as the way things are and how corrupt everything is. But how do these people incorporate this duality of what they were told was this peaceful, safe place to the fear that they have that they're going to be annihilated because Israel is the savior? Do you get what I'm trying to say? How does that?
Yeah, because it's all built on lies.
Yeah.
The whole Holocaust is all one big lie. They weren't there because they were Jews. They were there because they were sickening revolutionaries that was trying to bring all this transgender shit in there. That's what it was. When they say, 6 million, there were no 6 million. They were talking about 6 million being eradicated in 1919. They lied about the whole thing. It's always 6, 6, 6, 6. It's always sixes for them. Because when people say, my family's in the Holocaust, yeah. So how many people survived from the Holocaust then? So these gas chambers, right? Because they said that they had an execution wall. Because when you look at the overview of the Birkenau and all that, because
which I've been to, I've been there in person.
Yeah.
So I've heard that.
So when we think about it, why would they make it like an attraction that they lied about? Because these gas chambers and the ovens, they weren't there. The smokestack they put in after 1945. The ovens and all that, all the ovens, gas chambers were to kill all the lice. That's why they shaved their heads and everything like that, because they were filthy people. That's why they were in the ghettos, the Jewish ghettos.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I have family friends who were very wealthy, lived in beautiful homes. It was taken from not all of them.
But you have to realize back then, the Jews were the ones that ruined Germany. They're the direct ones that ruined Germany. with the Frankfurt school, and then they brought it over here and they instilled it in Columbia, and then they put all their tentacles out in these universities. If you notice, all these universities are Jew run. That's why Trump's like, oh, we're going to pull this anti-Semitism and all that. That's why he didn't want to pass it as a law. He put it as executive order because he could rescind it at any time. Because they don't understand. The Jews in America, they got to get the fuck out. That's it. Because some of them here fought with the IDF over their slaughtering Gazans, innocent people. Then they come back here and just live a regular life. Because they're all tied. They're tied to this fantasy land. Because it was never Israel.
Right.
There was never their land. Just because some guy writes a 65-worded thing that says, "Oh, the Rothschilds," and the thing is, they were given, they were offered Madagascar, Siberia, and all this, and they took Israel. Like, well, we're going to take Israel because of natural resources, because of the Dead Sea, because there were trillions of dollars in potash and everything in the Dead Sea. So that's what they did. They're all about seizing power, seizing resources, and only keeping them for themselves and selling to all the goyim the rest. Because they don't like us. Even though on the outside they're like, oh yeah, we're friends. When it comes down to their religion or humanity, 9 times out of 10, they're going to pick their religion. And that's the sad part. Because when you see everything that, like they have summer camps here in the United States where they train these people in New York, in Delaware, in Massachusetts. It's like the whole Northeast is just populated with them. And that's why it's all blue. Because who ruined all of our elections? Who rigged the 2020 elections? It was Israel. It's always them. They're the ones spying on us, constantly left and right. You know, you can't say anything about them. You can't literally say anything about any of them. No. But the thing is, there are some good ones. The ones that believe in Christ, but for the most part, they don't. Because they're all wrapped up in this whole Talmudic, and that's the thing. We need to get rid of religion, period. Religion is the cause 100%. Of all divisiveness, because if you didn't have religion, well, then everybody just lives by the golden rule. You treat people with respect. You don't have to go to a church to learn that.
Right.
It's built in. Your parents instilled that into you.
I mean, we talk about the child trafficking and stuff, you know, but obviously this religion, so many people have been hoodwinked by it. And when people, you know, find out that the potential setup for Israel was the whole of the First World War and the Second World War and the Balfour Declaration and stuff like this, that when people find, do you think that's what the truth would put 99% of people in the hospital means? Is that towards this religion aspect that so many people have been bought into, basically, and
became their identity? That's the thing.
Yeah, you mean like the God in the Bible being the evil one?
You know, this is all wars caused over religion, aren't they? Or some feud of some sort.
Supposedly, right? Allegedly.
Yeah. And that's it. And when you look at even the Bible, right? Well, that's been hijacked. I mean, it's hijacked in 1909, but it was hijacked in AD 325 when they started omitting all these books that we really needed in order to move up. Mm-hmm. So why does the Masonic Bible have all these books in it, but then you get the little holy Bible, because it has holes in it?
66.
That's the St. James one you're talking about?
What's that?
The St. James Bible you're talking about?
Well, I mean, you got the King James, that guy was
King James.
He was demonic too. The Old Testament and the New Testament. I mean, you look at the Old Testament, who's the God in the Old Testament? It's the demiurge. It's evil. Because how can you call this a good book when you're talking about sodomy, rape, cutting off foreskins, and who does that? Not a kind and caring, compassionate God. But then Jesus walks in like, hey, you guys got it all wrong, man. This is a fucking hologram. It's a simulation. You guys can do whatever you want in here. You are the master of this. You are the apple of God's eye. We are all fractal. We are all a sliver of God's eye. And that's the thing. If we're a sliver of God's eye and there's a firmament above us, what if we are actually in God's eye? How fucked up would that be?
Right.
Because wouldn't that be an eyeball? I mean, this is how crazy this can get. What if we are in a giant?
It's really funny, this Third Eye Atlas. So I want to footnote the right person. my friend Brian, he actually said, what if it's third eye, right? Our third eye at last.
Well, it's all there, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. And that's why they had to have the government shutdown. Because when 3i Atlas was coming around, right, getting big in the news, they said, okay, we have to have a government shutdown. We have to shut down NASA. We have to shut down everything. Why? Because, the media would be running like crazy, sowing fear and doom and gloom into everybody. Everybody would be in a panic. That's why they said, hey, guys, clean, swift. But clean and swift, it's like, well, yeah. But that's the thing with the 3i Atlas coming in. It's not a comet by any means.
So let's talk about that. Tell us what your research shows and what you believe.
All right. 1 second here. Let me see this. So, for some reason, I can't share my screen on good old StreamYard. But, I don't know why. It's all cattywampus or something. But, where is this? It's a Minuteman. Okay.
If you can share it, then it should pop up here and I have to put it on the screen, I think.
Let's see.
We're talking about flat.
Actually, I could probably just read it.
Yeah.
Let me see, because I have it written down. So, 3i Atlas was first mentioned publicly in context of defense and military technology around 2018. The 3i Atlas comet first discovered on December 28, 2019. But it's not the 3i Atlas. The comet is 3i. The Atlas is the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Blast Alert System. That's what that is. That's when they say 3i Atlas, it's the system that spotted it in the first place. Then that was on December 28, 2019. December 20th, 2019, 8 days before discovery, 3i Space Force were created. 8 days, and the I is a 9. That's a 17 right there. And plus the 3i is 3 nines. It's 999. So all space agencies here aren't broadcasting any more updates. Blackout necessary, sky event. If the news actually knew, they would sow so much panic and fear in everyone that it would just cause nothing but chaos. You saw what people were like with the toilet paper. Now think about if they thought, oh, the world's going to end, right? The world's not ending for us. It's ending for them. That's why they needed all these bunkers to go underground.
Yeah.
Because they cannot take these frequencies that are coming in.
So who is okay? So just to break it down, really simple. So who is this? Like, who is it? The benevolence? Like, who is?
Oh yeah, it's not benevolent. I mean, if it was that, they would have wiped us out already.
So they're just. So what do you think? What do you think is happening? Like, what are they doing? What's happening? What's going to happen? You know what I mean? Like, if we look at it very sequentially.
It's our graduation. We're moving up. It's a new Earth. The Hopis have been talking about this, about the fifth Earth coming. This is what it is, 5-5. So the Hopis are all ecstatic about it. Like, all ecstatic. And they said they traced it back to 3 billion years. So the thing is, if we're going to learn anything from anyone, we have to learn from the Native Americans.
Yes.
Because we've been lied to about everything. And they have it documented, it's everything, but it's all word of mouth. It's the same story. They haven't lied to their people. They're like, this is what's coming. But also, under the Hopi prophecy, there was another prophecy about a man in a red hat saving America. I don't know who that could be. You know? I mean, anybody have any ideas? Bueller?
I've got one.
And also, with so 3i Atlas sent a radio signal to Earth, right? And Avi Loeb, that brilliant person from Harvard, said that it would take the power of a nuclear reactor for it to do that, right? So what would they be using? My guess would be thorium. Thor's hammer, right? Because thorium it's way better than nuclear, and you can use it in a more compact spot, and there's nothing bad from it. So now 3I is 999, right? Well, what two numbers do we see all the time with it? With Trump, right? You have 9/11 and 88. Add them up. There's your 999.
Did you see that clip of when he was at the football game the other night, and he was getting booed by all those people, and I don't know where I saw the clip, but it's Trump through the window, and the crowd were facing him. There was a guy standing there with an 88 football shirt on, and another guy standing there with a 17 in the crowd.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, and I'll try and find it for you. I've heard so much about these. I don't even know. I saw it might have even been on And We Know yesterday. But yeah, I'll try and dig that out for you. And there was a couple of other numbers there as well, which might be interesting. But the 88 stood straight out to me. I've heard so much about these 88 comms, and the 17, obviously.
Well, another thing from that football game was the touchdown.
Yeah.
Right? And Trump posted it again yesterday. But the guy that scored the touchdown wore number 14 for the Lions. Of course, the Lions, guys. So, and he started doing dance, right? Why was that dance so huge? What was the guy's name? His name was Amon-Ra.
Wow.
So now you got the crown from South Korea. You literally have the Ark of the Covenant at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
I mean, you're literally collecting all these artifacts. And then there's that mirror, the 400-year-old mirror, that he's like, hey, talking, don't get around that. They're like, oh, it's down in the vault. It's like, are you sure that's what it is? Or because isn't it funny that, they want to call him Hitler, but Hitler was doing the same thing. He's looking for all these artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they're like, oh, he's over there killing Jews. Like, how? How can you pin this on one guy when the concentration camps, they were all work camps? That's it. That's all they were. They had showers. They had underground tunnels that when they went to work, because they lied about it all. The gas chambers is typhus. And they're like, oh, you see a big hole and bodies in it. And they're burning bodies. Like, well, how do you kill typhus? You have to burn it. So if they're already dead and they have typhus, well, you have to burn it so that nobody else gets infected. That's why they're constantly shaving heads because of the lice and everything. They were doing it for their own protection. But yet they want to sit here and say, oh, it was traumatic. And it's just like you said about with people having trauma, how it's generational. You know what the funny thing is that shit happened to my parents too, and I don't feel that trauma. So when these people are like, oh, the Holocaust, because it's an industry.
Well, no, but what I meant was like about the generations that they just keep reliving it because they keep talking. Like my ancestors came from Italy. They had to deal with a lot of shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention that my grandmother and her mother couldn't come over for 7 years because they shut down the quota for people coming from Italy. So, they couldn't just come over and whenever they wanted. But that aside, how many people died and, were treated like shit, living in these disgusting tenements, okay? And these were free people living in tenements with bugs and rodents and disease. And so everybody's gotten screwed. Every single group in history has been victimized, has been, had prejudice upon them, has been, right? I mean, look at the slave trade. Well, we talk about the blacks. What about the Irish that were slave trade? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
it's a war on humanity.
But the thing is, who propagated the slave trade? That was the Jews and the Dutch. So it all goes back to them because it's like, and also when Trump's like, oh, it's our golden age, right? Well, isn't it funny that in 1493, there was a golden age that lasted for over 150 years in Spain? Because in 1492, they threw all the Jews out. That's who came over with Columbus. They came over here, started running all this. They're like, hey, you want to get them out of here? Don't kill them. Just take them. Just take them out of here. That's the same thing Hitler wanted. He didn't want to kill anybody. He's like, we just want them moved. We want them out of here because everybody wants to bring up the book burning. Well, what books are they burning? The same shit they should burn today. Yeah. But people are like, oh, you can't. No, you can. Because transgenderism in schools and all this homosexuality and everything like that, it was all brought about by them. They brought the filth to the Weimar Republic. Now we're taking the filth out. Because when you look at who created porn and everything like that, same ones. Same one. Yeah. It's all to knock down our vibration because they think they're so smart. Well, they only stayed smart because they dumbed everybody else down with fake history. That's why Russia's out in the open with their people. Like, yeah, there's shit, man. Of course there's fucking UFOs. There's ETs here and everything like that. This isn't just our realm. There's so much more here, but we've been lied to about it.
Have you watched that documentary, The Greatest Story Never Told? It's about 6.5 hours long about Hitler. And
yep.
Yeah, a lot of us have seen that, and it's such an eye-opening
film. Now with AI, you can actually like listen to these speeches, and like when they used to tell us like, yeah, you know, watch a speech, you see this guy ranting and raving and all that. It's like, oh, he's a psychopath. But the thing is that back then they didn't have the sound system and everything we have today, so you have to project your voice out there. But everything he was saying, he's like, hey, you know, it's the same shit Trump's talking about.
Yeah.
But they didn't think that that we would actually like break that down, that the AI would actually be able to read these speeches.
Yeah.
But the AI, I think the greatest thing for AI is to decipher all these ancient scrolls. Because we need the truth. That's it. That's all. You know, when it comes good, bad, or anything like that, everybody can make their own decision once we have the full truth. Because if none of us have the full truth, how can we be bound to, you know, all these chains and everything like that? Because if we weren't given a chance to actually make better decisions on our lives to benefit ourselves, benefit humanity, benefit everyone, for all for mankind, but it was all for, you know, keeping up with the Joneses, and, you know, it's all based on consumer. Consume. But we don't produce anything. That's the problem. We don't create anything. Because everything they think is created by them, and then they just like, oh, cell phone, oh, here you go. You know, even though we've had these for decades, oh, we'll just slide this out to the populace, keep them busy with that. You know, make sure we know where they're going, because they have everybody geo-tracked on all these phones. And we just need to go back to, if you go to phones, go back to analog, because that's the whole purpose with digital analog. Once it went digital, they could hack everything. That's why I believe like the Q group and all, they're all run off analog, all off old Nokia phones. Like to talk and to converse back and forth and everything, you can't hack them. And plus, you could charge them one day and it's good for 3 years. I mean, those things are little tanks. But that's what we need to get back to. I mean, understandably so, they want to come out with these Q phones and everything like that. That's fine and dandy. But why do we need phones? I mean, if we could telepathic and we could teleport all, I mean, yeah, that's going to come later on, because that's going to take a lot of work. And people think that we're just going to have this and then you just automatically do it. It's like, no, we have to put the work in for that too, in order to learn how to do this stuff, because they're just not going to drop it on a populace that, well, oh, you mean I could go into this person's shower and watch? No, that's not what this means.
Right.
See, you're already trying to use it for bad, and you ain't going to make it.
Yeah.
Because
what you were saying before, just like, you know, not to keep going about Hitler, but the interesting thing about Hitler is that he also was, from what I understand, you probably know more, you know, he did have Rothschild bloodline, right? He was illegitimate, or his mom had, right. So he saw it as an outsider, so to speak.
Yeah.
So he was legitimate. And he was the one who tried to change the banking system.
Yep.
So this is sort of like, how do you go from trying to build Germany up as, you know, a powerhouse, you know, based on what he was trying to get people to understand, burning the bad books, trying to have their own financial, to all of a sudden being this evil man that, I don't know, somehow I feel like he was taken over, if you will, from the perspective that his persona was sort of used to put this evil slant, or because if you think about it, he wasn't able to proceed with a lot of that stuff. So who stopped him? How did it get stopped? How did he, right? I mean, then.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that, remember, they got screwed on the Treaty of Versailles. It's like they put Germany on the hook to pay 100% of everything in World War I. It's like, you can't do that. It wasn't Germany's fault. But the thing is that they put them in such a mired down state that you started letting all the filth in. And they started bringing all their stuff in, and their homosexuality and their transgenderism and, their orgies and their bloodline, all their bloodletting, everything. That's why they're like, people are just like, we're done. We're done. So during World War II, they took all the intellectuals, all the brilliant Germans, all the women, children, they put them in Dresden.
And then what did they do?
Unfortunately,
no one talks about that. No one talks about the absolute annihilation of what happened in Dresden. They don't teach that. They don't teach that in schools, right? How many innocent people were killed that they don't even teach you about Dresden.
Yep. And then how many Jews died in the whole 1917 and 1923, that whole thing in Russia. They're the ones that perpetrated that, and they killed over 20 million Christians, but they were killing all the intellectuals because they wanted to be the smart ones. They wanted to be the ones that have all the information so that they could just sit here and treat, because we're all goyim to them. And the whole orthodoxy and everything like that, we're just goyim. That's it. We're shit. We're slaves. And you can even go on here, and all these Jews in Israel are like, oh, yeah, we were promised 2,500 slaves, and you guys are our slaves. It's like, oh, is that right? Yeah. You guys are in for a rude awakening coming up because you had a 6-day war and a 12-day war. What's next? 18. Well, where's an 18-day war? No, there's 1,800 MK-84s inbound. You guys are getting leveled. And they don't even realize it because you have to level the whole thing, everything.
So how do you think that's going to play out physically?
Well, they're going to put the bombs in a plane. They're going to fly the plane over Israel, and they'll fucking drop them all. Because once all this shit comes out, probably next week, because the Epstein files are looking to drop next week.
Yeah.
Because you have all of the military judges installed in all the immigration courts. So what people don't understand is plenary power, right? That means Trump is the HNIC, right? Well, you look at this, and they brought in over 600 immigration judges from the military to take care of misdemeanors. You mean high crimes and misdemeanors, sir? So now you could use the immigration courts to try everybody for treason, try everything, because the immigration courts fall under Article 2, which is the executive branch. That means that he has everything, because what needs to be shown in order for that to happen? Well, we've seen the federal justices and all that. Oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. You have to pay this. It's like, that's all illegal. You're wanting Trump to do illegal stuff so that he could become impeached because some district judge says so? No. And then you start looking at these district judges. It's like, most of them are foreign. They're Cuban, Colombian, and all this. It's like they're all communists. But who put them in there? Obama. They had this all primed up. It's like, even during Trump's first term, he's like, I don't know why Obama left so many judges that could be appointed,
Yeah.
They never thought she'd lose.
Right.
They were going to fill all those with all her cronies, and we would have all been screwed. I mean, we would have been dead by now.
So what I'm thinking is that with the Epstein drop, it is so widespread because you're also going to have the realization come out of how the banks and the banking system was all, like, in other words, it's so much more global, right? Like, I hear people in the business community, saying all the time, they sing the praises of Jamie Dimon, and he's so brilliant, and he's so this, he's so that, and they have no idea what JP Morgan Chase was doing.
Yeah.
What they were doing and what Mr. Dimon was doing and how they were all involved. So it's not about him just as a person. It's about this institution, right? The largest bank in the country and its involvement in the trafficking and the drugs and the horrific things that were being done to these people. So I think it's like a full collapse of everything. And people are just like, oh, we want to see the list. We want to see Trump's. But you know what? It's the whole system that's connected to that.
This is why the BBC's been brought into it over here now, because over the last week in this country, people are starting to realise when they doctored Trump's speech on the panorama thing and other things are coming out now, Trump's suing them for $1 billion and stuff like that. People are starting to understand, like we've said, that their trusted sources of information have been lying to them 4 years minimum. So they're starting, and the more this goes on, and the more people silently wake up, the silence is golden. They're sort of, I know these people are awake, but they're not getting involved yet and stuff. And you can't blame them, can you? If you think, I've had that, what's in that and stuff. But that is a big thing in this country now, and with the digital ID push as well. That's making a lot of people stand up as well.
Well, and the thing about the UK is that everybody's like, like the Promethean women, they're all like, oh, the British Empire is like, guys, it's already been taken over. He took over he knocked the queen out the first time, and he went after the king this time.
Yeah.
Do you think on 9/17 of all days?
Yeah, and not to mention, Stu, I know I just don't want to lose my train of thought. Not to mention the fact that when he took all this stuff out and he took these people out, what people don't realize is that the money and the money system and the banking system, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not just that's the key to all of this. And who are these people anyway, right? They are not human. We've heard that a million times. Diana saying that in her interviews.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
And Princess Diana had a lot of shit on them too.
Yeah.
A lot on them. And even the Crown came out and gave we actually have a copy of the decree they put out, and even says that the Queen isn't human.
Yeah.
Who says it? Like, who says it?
The royal. It came from the Crown.
From the Crown.
That appeared on the royal website, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said that she's not human, but we should all.
Yeah.
Because she got caught shapeshifting, and everybody freaked out. They're like, "Oh no, she's not human." But hey, we have to all. Then you saw everybody start snapping in line.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you, didn't in 2022-ish, maybe I have my dates a little wrong, didn't they also take out the bar?
The
Bar Association, because I thought I remembered at that time they kind of took that out. And of course, part of Nassar and all that stuff says that the judges and the lawyers have to be retrained in common law but didn't the bar also get, I forgot what that court is that they kind of eviscerated the bar through something in England. I can't think of the name of that place that it went to, but I thought I remembered hearing that, because obviously that's what's keeping us on maritime law and which controls us, right? I mean, think about it. You marry someone, you need to have a license, right?
Yeah.
And then now I don't like that person. We're not getting along. I want to get a divorce. Well, you can't just get a divorce.
Yeah.
You're part of the state. You're part of the system. You need to go through this whole process. You can't speak for yourself when you go to court, right? And if you do, it's a whole process.
And also, when you look at the bar over there, it's the Temple Bar. Isn't that quaint? The Temple, huh? So, I mean, once all these attorneys and all that, they have to go through that 30-day constitutional law upgrade. But it hasn't happened yet because we're not seeing it. But a lot of them are just gonna be gone. Because even with the judges and everything, it's like you put 600 immigration judges that are military in these courts. So what people don't understand is that, well, why would he do that? It's like, oh, because the illegals. We have to bring them in here and train them and all that. It's like, but what else can military do? Because technically in immigration court, once you have a military justice, it turns into a tribunal.
That's right.
It's odd. So you have 600 of them. And what people aren't realizing is, like with the whole Epstein, like when Trump's like, oh, Epstein is all fake and gay and everything. It's like, of course it is. Because they took everything the first term. It's in the drops. It says that Sessions, Huber, and Horowitz, they took everything from the Epstein files and probably Wiener's laptop and everything like that. They took it to the military, right?
And more that we don't even know.
Well, and the thing is that we're finding out because when they talk about the 470 attorneys, right? About Huber and the 470, it's not attorneys, guys. It's the 470th Military Intelligence Brigade. Ta-da! It's all done by military. Military is the only way.
And the thing is with the
who can you
military
trust?
as well.
You trust the military at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is with the military as well, if they tried to do this through the court system and all that, it would take years and years, wouldn't it? Military justice is very, very quick.
Clean, swift. That's it.
Jay, how much of this do you think was done and wrapped up before the first Q drop came out? You know, I know we've had to go through all this shit for 8 years, right? And the wake up. And I think you can ask me what my favourite Q drop is or something like that. I don't really know. But I think the most important line in any Q drop is you cannot tell people the truth. You must show them.
Show them, yep.
The Biden show was about and devolution and all these sorts of things. But how much do you think was already in the bag and information tied up before that first Q drop came out? A lot?
I think it was done before it started.
Yeah.
I think they had it all lined up. How everything was, they had it all mapped out. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. And I could, oh my God. Just, my mind is racked over all this. But you have all these, and this is probably like a sliver of what they know. I mean, we have over 1.7 million pages in documents, but that's a sliver. Because there's documents out there that are still top secret and all this that we don't even know.
Yeah. The
only ones that know are the military. Because who can we trust? Well, probably the ones that, you know, swore upon the Constitution hasn't screwed us over because they're our protectors. So now when you have the National Guard come in, the Marines, well, they would fall under Article 2 as well because they're the president's men. So there's nothing that courts can do, nothing anybody can do because there's your plenary power right there. Use the immigration courts to try everyone. So you could bring, because you're not going to try a judge in a federal court. You're not going to do it. You have to bring them into a different court under different rules, under military rules. And if they have everything on everyone, that's where he's like, oh, the Epstein list up. It's like, but he was just a pawn in it.
Yes.
Even though he did a lot of shit. Look at Maxwell. Maxwell was his handler.
And look at her father, right?
Yep. They're all tied to Mossad. Now they're coming out and saying that, you know, Epstein had ties to all the surveillance and everything in Ivory Coast in Africa, that he made a deal with the Mossad. It's like, I mean, the Mossad even came out and said that they're the ones that do all the directing and run the movie. And when they say you're watching a movie, yeah, because they're letting the Mossad run their shit. Go ahead, keep it up. Because
do you think that they've taken down more, like when it comes to Israel, right? It's save Israel for last, but we're also in a movie. So do you think that we're just watching what already happened, even when it comes to Israel?
No, they haven't had their comeuppance yet.
In real life, I'm not talking about what we see. You're saying they're still, because don't you? I mean, that does not look like Bibi Netanyahu.
No,
he's somewhere or gone or whatever, but that's not him. So is it us playing the movie, and we've cast the movie,
letting it play out? I can see that. I mean,
because remember what Trump said? He said, we will never, ever, ever talk about what we're doing militarily.
Never.
And tell people. So if we're hearing shit, doesn't it tell you it's done?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that everybody's got to be shown it. But if they just came out and said, hey, it's just like the slow drip with the
100%.
The Twitter files. Remember they're dragging those out slow. Just drop them all. It's like, no, you can't. Because something big is going to come up, and then it's shiny red ball. It's like they're just dropping pieces for us to look at. Now everybody's looking at the whole TPUSA thing because, well, I think we've all learned that you can't trust the government at all. So you got the FBI coming in saying, "Oh well, no, we got them, and Cash like, yeah, because you're fighting another FBI. There's an FBI in Tel Aviv. In fact, it's pretty much considered a Joint Terrorism Task Force, the JTTF. And the funny thing is that Dan Flood, that's under Mikey McCoy's contacts. Guess what he did? Counterterrorism and all that shit. Yep. And even has a black hat guy. Well, he's a gray hat, but he has the black hat 2025 banner on the back of his thing. It's like, oh, there's DEF CON. That's it. Because DEF CON it's their whole hacking convention in Vegas. It's the same one that guy from Israel got busted for trying to molest a child, and then they shipped him back to Israel. The cybersecurity expert. It's like that's all. I mean, Vegas it's a hub for child trafficking and human trafficking. I mean, there's a lot of hubs.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like if there's one hub, it's too many.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, where are all the fucking kids? Where are these 300, 400,000 kids? We're worried about that. Why in the 90s weren't we worried about the 900-something thousand missing a year? Nothing. Nobody heard a damn thing.
Nothing.
And then it dropped when Obama got it. Well, when Bush got in, it dropped. And when Obama got in, it went up a little bit. But during Clinton's reign of terror, there were over 900,000 kids missing a year.
Yeah.
That's a whole generation. I mean, you're literally wiping out generations of people. For what? Because the more Christians that are dead, the more power they get, and then they bring up this terrorism shit because they have to sow discord and everything. Because if there's no boogeyman, well, then we can't have a counterterrorism task force now, can we? I mean, they're that evil, and makes you sick that people can actually be this deviant. But remember, they're not people. Because if you go back and watch V the Final Battle, remember back in the 80s,
yeah,
right there, and those were big, and then They Live. And it's like, guys, they've been telling us through the movies that these people aren't real. But then yet you show these people, it's like, look at this clip, like one with Erica Kirk, that her teeth are all jagged and her eyes are slit. It's like, that's not normal, people. Never has, never will. But
yeah.
the thing is, what if it's that we can't see it with our own eyes, but through the camera lens, it all gets exposed. Because also with these northern lights, people saying, you go out there and see nothing. But when you hold your camera up,
yeah,
it illuminates everything. But it shows that, guys, that's our basic bitch eyesight. If these have a better eyesight than we have for that we need this to work that, what do we need to turn this into that we can see this? And we just need to be upgraded.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole lot to this world that we don't know.
And we can't see. You just physically can't see what's around.
Do you think that's to do with our, what they call junk DNA and all that, and our DNA refiring, and whether it's to do with this very atlas or some sort of solar flare or energy coming in, that it's
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think where we watched, because I know Dean and I watched something on it. It has to do with the second chromosome.
Right.
There's something in the second chromosome that there's like a worship gene. It's something genetic that they placed in our DNA that has us worship something outside of ourselves, outside of within. So we're always looking on the outside for somebody to help us, not realizing that the help we need, it has to come from all of us within.
Yeah. And doesn't that work really well to get people to want to take drugs and medication and get addicted and have all these things that keep us always trying to find, even the medical industry? Well, you certainly can't figure it out for yourself. You got to go ask a doctor, and you certainly can't figure it out yourself. You need a psychiatrist, and you certainly can't make yourself better with thought and meditation and intention. You have to get some kind of pharmaceutical, right?
Yep. And all it does is it just knocks us down even more, knocks our vibration down even more. Yeah. And that's the sad part, because we can heal ourselves.
Of course.
So why can't we do that? Who's making money on it? Nobody. Okay, can't do that.
So we had an interesting talk the other day. We were talking about the drug not big pharma, talking about illegal drugs and the drug trafficking trade, and how the military, from what we understand, took down the cartels, right? So we were actually conversing about, well, if they took that down and they stopped that system, then that technically would logically mean that there's no more drugs flowing into the country, right? So then you still have people that are addicted, right? They're trying to get, but that's going to dry up at some point, because whatever's here is in the system, but once it uses up, there's nothing left. So I wonder what that timing really is, right? We've all, unfortunately, I'm sure, have known people that have addiction problems, but if they can't get it, that's great.
Yeah. And that's the thing, all these addictions and everything, all the pills and the, the fentanyl and everything. It's a lot of it's come from Canada too. We didn't look at the border over there because, well, one would think that it's like, okay, Canada, you guys patrol that, but under Trudeau and Carney, nope. And then you see them bringing all these Indians in and letting them get all these diplomas, and then they come down to the U.S. and they're all fake diplomas.
Right.
That's it. They have so many like universities and like strip malls that they bring all these Indians in, and they're trying to put them over here in America. It's just like Minnesota and Somalia. Well, where all the Somalians come from? They came from over the border.
Right.
They brought them right through Canada, right through Minnesota, and there they are. I mean, this whole thing, it's like, because Canada's been communist. During Pierre Trudeau went communist. But it's like, oh, yeah, we have healthcare and universal. That's communism, guys.
Right.
Because then when you go and want to get fixed, it's like, yeah, it's going to be 8 months. But hey, if you want, we have the MAID program where you could just off yourself.
Yeah, don't even bother worrying about it.
It's like, oh, if you're having a bad day, well, come on in. We'll take care of that day for you. It's like, what's wrong with you people? Seriously, it's like, why don't you help these people? Because if you help them, then that means that their vibration is going to start increasing, and they can't take a lot of people awakening with that kind of vibration frequency.
No.
So in order to change the vibration frequency, what has to happen? Maybe these solar storms with the 3i Atlas, because 3i Atlas whipped around the sun, got a lot of energy from it. Now it's whipping towards us. It's like, how does that happen?
That's meant to be here on December the 19th, isn't it? Now,
25th.
Oh, is it? Now, Trump has said, hasn't it? Trump said quite a while, we're all going to be having a good Christmas.
Good Christmas.
Yep.
And I've been waiting for a good Christmas for the last 4 years. So maybe this is it, do you think?
It's got to be, because then you look at January 7th. I forgot which post this, but it's Sky Fortress Engaged. Right? Well, January 7th is the Orthodox Christmas.
Yeah.
So which Christmas is it?
Yeah.
We go back to old school or what? Because
is that what, like 10, 12 days are missing in the Gregorian to
13. Yep,
13
exactly 13 days. Is that just coincidence too? But also the 7th being January, that's a 1-7. I mean,
yeah,
it's gonna get spicy. And
no such thing as coincidence, Jay.
Nothing at all.
But now we're gonna know. We're all aware. So how do you I guess it's just gonna be where they're never gonna know the difference, right? Like consciously, the rest of the people who haven't awakened, aren't following this, don't understand what's really going on. It's just gonna be like another day.
I mean, you never know. I mean, this coming in, I mean, it could just snap everybody.
Yeah.
Wake everybody up. And it's like, what the hell do I got green hair for?
Right.
How's this? Who let me get this stupid ass nose ring? What is this? I mean, stuff like that. It's like, because the problem is that the universities, they're the ones that created this madness.
Oh, God.
Because they're supposed to, you have people graduating from college that can't even spell.
I know.
Because everything, spell check. It's like, you can't even spell? And you're educated? Come on.
It's even worse than that. Like, my kids are in college, and my one daughter tells me, about what goes on in the classroom. Like, she's like, Ma, these people are so dumb, she said, and the things they say and the way they act, it's not even the intellectual stupidity. It's the wait, I got a great story though. I got to tell you guys. So my daughter tells me about her French, her Italian class in college, and this one kid is sitting next to her who she's never met, and there's another girl who's like a little off to the side, and she's like really intent in her phones before class. So the guy says to this girl, "Hey, do you know what?" He asks us some word because they're gonna, class is gonna start. And my daughter didn't know it, and the girl looks up really pissed off on her phone. She's like, "Oh, just go to Google Translate." And meanwhile, they're in an Italian class. Like, it would be relevant for you to maybe know this or say, "Hey, I don't know, let me look at my notes." Like,
yeah, you're using Google for everything, so you're not learning it.
right?
Because then if you need it, you're just going to go back to Google. Well, what they say, I don't know, go to Google.
I was driving a taxi here for 10, 12 years, and if you're a private hire driver, you don't need to do the sort of lot of knowledge test, right? But if you're a hackney driver, you do have to do one. But the drivers, now I do think if you're going to drive a taxi, one, you need to know your way around, and two, it's helpful if you speak the language. But a lot of people were coming over here and getting jobs doing that, and they were all allowed to take their phones in to the exam.
Yep.
So
same here.
You know?
Same exact thing here. In fact, they had I don't know if it went viral or not, but there was a cop that stopped this Chinese driver. Didn't have his pants on. Don't know why. And he said he's employed by California. But he didn't know one sign, because the cop brought him back to the car and brought out signs, like stop sign, no parking, all this. He didn't know any of them. So how he doesn't know any of those signs, but then you gave him a CDL to drive on the roads. And they said there were, 62,000 illegal drivers, semi-drivers. It's like, so what's safer now? Is it flying or driving or just staying home? I stayed home.
Yeah,
because you don't understand. I mean, they're death traps. I mean, you don't know if this truck. You don't know anything about these truck drivers. But then you have a bunch of good hardworking Americans that are sitting at home, not being able to work because they pay these guys peanuts, and they're out there killing people. And they're like, oh, they need to bring all those corporations, everybody in even Kentucky, California, New York. Everybody is giving out these licenses. Bring them all in, charge them all with sedition and treason, and execute every last one of them.
Yeah, well, it's
the whole system.
Everyone is really starting to realise this, aren't they? With all this going on with the government shutdown, the snap and everything. But when Elon came in with big balls and all that crowd and all that Doge started happening, they revealed so much of where all this money was going, the taxpayer money.
Yep.
So
yeah.
That has really ignited, people's attention, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the truck drivers, right?
Yeah.
Now, anybody in the chat or yourself, prove me wrong on this, but I heard from, a friend who came here legally from Pakistan, right? He's been working and productive member of society. He was up in arms because some of the people they're coming from his former country are working for TSA. And according to him, he said, do you know what the requirement is to work at TSA? You have to be here for 4 months.
And that's it.
Now, I want to do a little deeper dive into that. But if that is true, but first of all, you go through TSA. Let's not even get me started because Steve has heard me go off on this like ad nauseum. But if you put everyone together, maybe you'd have like a quarter of a brain. You know what I mean? Like on top of the stupidity factor, and then add to that the arrogance because you give a stupid person a little bit of power, right? And I can't even go to stores or any of these public places anymore because I cannot fucking deal with. Do you know how to say you're welcome?
Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
If they even answer you. So there's no politeness, there's no manners, there's no even knowing how to speak the language. I went to the hospital, okay, New York hospital, to go visit my fiance's mother, and the people standing behind the desk, that people are coming in, loved ones are sick, they're worried, they're nervous. She's like standing there. One of the girls who's supposed to check in and give you your fucking photo and give you your ID to walk through. She's like, what the fuck, man? And she's like on her phone saying that.
Think about that.
What is happening?
Yeah, the thing about that, Lisa, as well, isn't it? A lot of this with this DEI hire and stuff like that is that there's no punishment.
Standards. And no standards.
There's no punishment for their actions. No, is there? No comeuppance for them.
Well, because the thing is, they base everything off the white man being the devil because of slavery.
Yeah.
There's that generational trauma again. It's all bullshit. You guys were...
Wait.
And then you look at this whole thing with the EBT, right? And you look at these videos, and they're out stealing. I ain't getting no job. I'm a boss. It's like, what? Right. It's like, now, honestly, if these people had to go get a job, I wouldn't want to go to those establishments.
Right.
Because they're gonna have a chip on their shoulder, like, oh well, I gotta be here for 20 hours. I'm gonna treat, and thinking, well, if you get fired, then you just get no. Remember they were gonna put us in re-education camps.
Right.
Why can't we do them? No, you need to go to a camp to learn how to become a functional piece of society.
Yeah.
Because right now you're not. That's it.
I just don't know where, like, small stores, regular stores, what are they training them? Do they train them? If you're dealing with the public, are you getting trained to say good morning, hello, thank you, have a nice day? You don't need a big vocabulary. You really don't. You just need to be able to say those few things. And there's young kids, okay? Now, let's assume young kids are dumb, right? We were all young kids. We're all dumb. We don't have the greatest, like we haven't really matured into, a functioning member of society yet. Where are the adults, the business owners, the HR managers training their people?
Well, if you want my honest opinion, if you have to be trained to say please and thank you, you're already a lost cause.
You are. But you're in charge. Yeah. You want to make sure that the people you're hiring know how to do that. And if for some reason someone comes in to apply and you're desperate because you need people to work for you or whatever, then you need to kind of reinstate, like, this is the protocol of how we want to. These are the things we don't want to do. We don't want to be cursing out our phones with F-bombs when people are trying to get their, picture taken. We want to present ourselves with a smile. What happened to the smile? It's like, everybody's got this fucking face on. I'm sorry for cursing, but I cannot deal with it. And I don't know if it's just New York. I don't know if it's just where I am in the country, that there's attitudes and nastiness and they're doing you a favor. I just paid your salary by buying a salad here. So the least you could do is be polite.
I mean, here's how I learned. It didn't take HR or anything like that. It took the first time you're in a store with mom or dad and you don't say please or thank you and you get that nice little pop on the back of the head. And it ain't nice. Guess what? Your please and thank yous and yes sir, no, that all comes rolling out.
Yeah.
Maybe they need a beat into them. I mean, honestly, you're not going to take all these people that have just been leeching off the system for decades because of good old LBJ and the Civil Rights Act of 1965, which started bringing in welfare. And because before that, the blacks were thriving. In the 50s, yeah. They were thriving.
Oh, they were in the midst. Talk about slavery.
Yeah.
You are looking at the wrong master.
Yep. Look at the ones with the little hats. They're the ones that are propagating all this slavery and the white man did it. Funny how it's always white when it's not concerning them, isn't it?
Yeah, it goes back to Frankfurt School as well, what you were saying earlier, those 11 protocols to destroy society, take the man out of the house, and a lot of these kids haven't got a father figure, have they?
Yeah. And I also saw a video. I mean, it was heartbreaking, right? This black kid comes in and talks to his mom about him wanting to get a job, right? She's like, you can't get a job because it's going to screw up our Section 8. And he's sitting there crying to his mom wanting a job. And she's like, well, then you go move out, you go apply for benefits, and then you do that because you're not going to. And she's like living the lap of luxury. I'm like, what? It's like, this is the problem right here. You have all these single moms that are just going to get pounded by anybody with no repercussions. But then if they don't want it, they just go get an abortion because where's the responsibility in that?
Yeah.
So they want to say, oh, well, we're thinking about reproductive rights. If you're not reproducing, you shouldn't have rights.
Yeah. And how about use a condom? I mean, let's just get right down to it. But you want to know something too? You watch these shows now. I was just watching this one show called Nobody Wants This or something, on Netflix. And it's about this non-Jewish girl who has absolutely it's not even like she just has a different belief system. She has nothing. She's barren of any kind of morality. And then she meets a rabbi, and it's about the whole thing that she's not Jewish, yada, yada. But the interesting thing, even more, going to the next level, is watch the shows. There's always a father who discovers he's homosexual, right? So that's what kind of breaks up, right? And you got that, or you have kids who one day they're with a guy and the next day they're with a girl. Okay. And they're showing that. So what they're really showing, aside from going into a whole thing for hours about this, is that the best men are the men who are not heterosexual, strong, and
the cucks. That's it. The cucks make the world go round, right?
Yeah. And I want to know, who are the women? Because anybody I know does not want that man anyway. Okay. I want a strong man, a man who's going to protect me physically, a guy who is not going to start crying over bullshit and right. Who's not like worried about how neat everything. Look, I'm not saying like you're not going to try to help and be, but like, that's not, you're not a woman. I don't want a woman if I'm looking for a man.
Yeah. You want a protector and a provider. That's what it is. It's nature and nurture. It's like, and that's the thing. It was feminism that ruined that.
100%. And I don't want to be a man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be a man. I don't want to be a man. So therefore, yes, I want to work. I have, my own. But can I be honest with you? I've worked my whole life, except for 15 years when I was raising my children. Aside from the marriage that I wasn't happy in, and I got rid of that. Yeah. The mother, that was the happiest. And I would give up anything to just do that. I enjoyed planning meals. And I'm not trying to say for women, we don't have a really good contribution to society, whatever you want to do. But what I'm saying is when they try to screw with our heads and say that, oh, if you like doing that, or you work a day, but then you love coming home and cooking and we all get tired, right? But I took pride. I enjoyed making my kids lunches. I enjoyed, getting involved with them doing their homework. I loved knowing that my house was clean. And it was like, if my husband came home, he had a meal there. Like they made that so you were just a slave and this and that. But we are the nurturers, like what man wants to come home to, if he's heterosexual, another tough man? He wants to come home to a woman who has femininity.
That's it. He's been around testosterone all day. He wants to come home and be around his love and his kids and everything, because that's what he worked all day for.
Exactly.
He wants to come home and enjoy the fruits of his labor with his family. Not come home to a fucking headache saying, I ain't cooking him shit and I ain't doing it. Because you see these TikToks out there, and then all of a sudden you see the next TikTok, oh, you told me to get that fuck out. It's like, are we learning yet? Because now you see all these guys, they're like, nope. They're going their own way. They're becoming passport bros. They're going overseas to find women because, well, the women here are all, majority of them, the good ones are all taken. It's like parking spots. But then all the handicapped ones are all Democrats. It's that you're not going to change any of them. They're locked into their Antifa, their feminism, their nose ring. But what turned them into that? The universities.
Yeah.
Because you see so many kids being straight-laced come out of school, and then they get in school, and then it's like, well, where's the problem, guys? It's all based out of universities.
Yeah.
And who runs those? Should we say it again, or just it all comes back to them?
You hear a lot of these women in all these videos and stuff. I wouldn't date a man who earned less than 200,000 a year. All this crap. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, what do you do then? Nothing.
But did you notice 6 feet, 6-pack, and 6 figures? Isn't it funny they based everything off 666?
Yeah, it is interesting.
I mean, and then these women are like, "Oh, I won't mess with a man that earns under $500,000 a year." It's like, bitch, if I had an ugly rabid dog, I wouldn't introduce you to my dog.
Well,
because
it's
you're that
sort of
repulsive.
two sides of the same coin. It's that attitude of not embracing who we really are, right? There's something to, I had this when my daughter was younger, she was she was rebellious. This is my 21-year-old. She'd probably kill me if she ever watched this and saw that I told this story. But she had a tank top on. And I was like, "What is that under your arm?" She's like, "It's hair." I was like, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you're not a gorilla, so you need to shave." She's like, "Well, men can." I said, "Okay, do you have a penis?" No. And she's giggling now because she knows that. And I said, "Shave it before you leave the house." And she did. And, God bless her. She's a teenager. She's rebelling. That's her job, right? My job as a mother is to get her into line when she does it. But the point is, it was just the fact that this was okay. And probably her friends do this or whatever. She saw it on TV or, TikTok or one of these stupid things. And that's the point. Where are the freaking parents? I have a friend, okay, who's friend. So it's not someone I know directly. Her daughter decides she wants to be a boy. She's like 14, 13, maybe she's younger, 12. I don't even know. So what does the mother do? Like a good mother, she starts calling her by a boy's name and she takes her to get her hormone shots. Okay. Now you have like a 16-year-old who has breasts and a beard. That is a fucking freak.
You've ruined your child. And these parents should be executed for that too.
Where is your sense of saying, you know what, sweetie? We all have confusion and we're not sure, just like let it go. I was a tomboy. Yep. I consider myself very feminine and I always went through a tomboy stage. Thought it was cool, Get
out there and get dirty with the boys. I mean, shit. I mean, playing in the mud. I mean, that's what we all did. And then we played with the boys, girls, everybody played together. Everybody's like, but there wasn't anything sexual. Right. There wasn't any gender bending. Everybody just.
Nobody said to go chop off parts.
Yeah. No.
So it is so criminal that these parents do. I can't even relate to the evilness of doing this. Listen, you're an adult. You're 25, you're 20, you decide you want, go, God bless you. Go do whatever the hell you want. I don't want to pay for it. So make it, but go do what you want. Live your life. You're a child. You don't know shit. You're not developed. And your job as a parent is to say, you're not doing anything permanent. I told my kids when they were like 13, because I was a single mom and a sole parent. And I sat them down when they were like 12, 13. I said, let me just have a conversation with you. I was like, you guys, you're going to become teenagers now. And part of your job is to learn and experiment, try new things. I said, that's what you do. That's how you learn. I said, however, if I find that you do anything illegal or that goes against my morals, I will fucking kill you. So good luck. Go, go enjoy.
No one was bothered, were they, until they started coming from the children? That's the whole point of this. The fact that whatever sexual orientation you want to do, if you're an adult, that's down to you. We've all got gay friends and whatever, brilliant. And I love them all. But it's when they came for the children that everything changed. And we could see it and stood up and were very vocal about it and continue to be.
100%.
100%. How many kids wanted to be a pirate and all that? You didn't cut their leg off and take an eye out, did you? No. So I don't want to be a pirate anymore.
Right. And the freaking furries, right?
No.
Madness.
God.
Now, what I like to think, and I think like Warrior Patriot Cat was saying this too, I like to think that over the last few years, they were exploding this to make the point and wake people up, and that maybe it's not as bad as what we think it is, God willing. And it was just a matter of really bringing it out into the forefront, and we can only pray for that there weren't so many casualties, if you will. Yeah. But it is just
manifest, isn't it?
And also with these parents, right? Like these parents wear it like a badge of honor. Oh, I have a trans kid. What? What is your?
That's mad.
I know. And you know what the sad part is? Because Kat brought this up. They are not told that you want to be a girl, you want to be a boy. They're not told that when they do these surgeries and these changes, that you're not going to enjoy the sensations the way you think you're going to. So you have just lost a whole aspect of your life that you'll never be able to enjoy because of what, like, go dress up.
Yep.
Go dress like a woman. Go have fun. Don't mutilate your body.
Yeah. And don't push it on anybody else. Because now you look at the suicide rate of all these kids, it's skyrocketing because but then you ask people, it's like, well, would you let your child get a tattoo? Hell no, that's permanent. You literally chopped your dick off and you're not saying that's permanent. And these doctors that are saying, oh yeah, we could do that and all this, you need to round them all and they're going to get rounded up.
Oh, I hope so. Big time. I hope they hang these people.
Oh, these there's going to be a lot of hanging. A lot of hanging. Because you have to.
Wasn't it what 1984 was about, wasn't it? In that film, it was all about eradicating the orgasm, wasn't it?
Was it?
Well,
I think so.
And the thing is, I think Orwell's book 1984 was super forecasting. Because the people that he was tied into, his BFFs, they were not good.
Really?
So what if this whole thing was super forecasting? Yep.
Yeah.
In fact,
I think it's all been forecasted, hasn't it? Predicted, shown to us what they want to do to us.
Because, and they do
it. And, I don't know if you believe in this sort of cosmic law and stuff that if they tell us what they're going to do to us and we do not oppose it or say no, they take it as affirmative that we have said yes to them. This is why they put all these things in symbols and movies and things like that. Because a lot of people write it off as, oh, it's just in the movies.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
I mean, I thought I had him right here. But yeah, one of the guys who's BFFs with Orwell.
Didn't know that.
Yep. He's tied into all this stuff too. It's like, what the hell is going on here?
You mean Orwell is tied into all this stuff?
Well, Orwell, they were BFFs.
Okay.
So with 1984 and like Animal Farm and all that, it's everything's happening now. That's all it is. But it's a playbook that we could use and we could utilize by them showing what they're going to do and by us retaliating. By us seeing what they're doing, because unless you're not seeing what they're doing, you have no defense.
Right.
But now that we're all waking up and we're all questioning everything, and you have the newer generation coming up and they're like, hey, there's something wrong here. Yeah. It's like, yes, there is, kids. Yes, there is. Thank you for joining and now you start to see all these kids rising up and everything. And the real, like, it's like with the abortions, with the education system, it's like, why is our population always stayed stagnant like 325 million? Right? It has gone up. It has gone down. But they're like, oh, there's 8 billion people here. Well, you're counting the people that are alive, right? Like every time somebody's born, they count it. But they don't count when they're dead. You never see the number go down when they're dead. So when they say, oh, we're overpopulated. No, we're not. I mean, there's vast parts of land that haven't even been.
That is the biggest lie. And I get into that fight all the time. Like, oh, well, if we have med beds and people are living longer, we're going to have too much population. Like, really?
Have you seen that video? It's called, and I watched this years ago, What If Everyone Jumped at Once? Right? It's called. Would it put a vibration on the flat plane or whatever it is?
Yeah.
And basically, they said that you could get every person on Earth standing shoulder to shoulder next to each other like this in the borough of Los Angeles, which is 25 miles by 25 miles, if there is 8 billion people on Earth. And I live in a little place in the UK, right near the Channel Tunnel, going to France. And our county is called Kent. And that 25, you could fit every person on Earth in 1/3 of my county.
Really?
And they say it's overpopulated. Mind you, there's that as well, don't they? Because there's a lot of places people are not allowed to go, like the Grand Canyon and these big parks and stuff like that.
The national parks?
Yeah.
All the land that was seized?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't go there because, well, that's ours. And then you started looking at these, out west, where all these federal lands. It's funny, it makes a trek all the way up through Mexico, through the U.S., all the way to Canada. And it's like, right there is your NAFTA. They were using federal land to move kids. You can't take guns on federal land. So why wouldn't you just use federal land to move them? That's all they were doing. That's it. I mean, it's so disgusting that, we're not crazy. We're seeing things in the sky and everything like that. If they wanted to wipe us out, they would have just done it.
Just talk about seeing things in the sky. Elisa and I talk about this a lot. You cannot wake people up to chemtrails if there's no chemtrails in the sky. Like you just said, you have to show the people. They have to see it.
Yeah.
So do you think the good guys have got hold of these and the chemtrails are, I think, if they were putting serious shit in the sky, we'd all be falling down. And I go out and do a lot of cycling stuff anyway. Do you think the good guys are in control of that?
I think there's still some bad factions out there.
Yeah.
And they're running out of, dark, black ops and all that. And they're probably running out of a lot of these Democratic states too. They're letting them go ahead and do this, but, and people are like, oh, those aren't chemtrails. Like, then what is it? You look at contrails and you see planes up there. It's like, why don't you see them on passenger planes, guys?
Right. Right.
They don't run off fuel, guys, because that just, it's stupid. But then it's funny that when you're mentioning about, like, what was it? You mentioned earlier on about, like, the money and everything like that. It's like, see, we were around in 2008 to 2010. We know how bad all of us got screwed.
Right. With
the whole banks and everything like that. And then they bailed them out. And they're like, oh, it was just so many. No, it was a $21 trillion bailout. That's what this whole 38 trillion. No. You put a multiplier on that. Thing is that you're going to need somebody with a pretty big bankroll to take care of all this. And who would that be? 45, 47. There's a 9/11 right there, too.
Yeah.
In the 119th Congress. I mean, everything's here. In the year of 2025, which is a 9. I mean, it's all 9/11s. It's like this is the time to shine. This is when everything's getting flipped because, honestly, we don't need this corporation or anything. We could do away with it. We don't need people to tell us how to treat other people.
Right.
Oh, you can't say this about this person because it hurts their feelings. I don't give a fuck if it hurts their feelings. Then we go in harder. That's all. That's what you have to do. It's like when we were kids. Mom, why'd you get in a fight? Well, because they called you a whore. Well, am I? No. Okay, then shut up. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's if you think mom's a whore, then you fight for her honor. But since mama's not a whore and she's staying at home making your lunches, motherfucker, I think you just need to just back off. But then you need to have a serious talk with these other kids as parents. And it's like, well, why are they at school calling other kids' moms whores?
Right.
Why don't you drag their mom in? Probably from her OnlyFans suite. Because I mean that's the thing. OnlyFans, Jewish, all this. It's all to pretty much make men not attracted to women, so you're decreasing the birth rate there.
Right.
But then Trump put that glorious thing in that it was January 1st, 2025 it started. So all the kids that were born in January 1st, 2025 on, they all have a $1,000 fund in the stock market. So why would they do that? You got to break away from that whole straw man.
Right.
So you have to institute a new one. So it's like you want to make it easy for people that have kids, don't charge them taxes.
Yeah.
It's like if you want to make it affordable for everybody, well, taxes are illegal anyways.
Right.
But the big thing are these tariffs. Because we were watching that Scotty Marr from last night. Oh, God, I love that guy. And they mentioned about these tariffs, right? What if these aren't tariffs? What if they're seizing properties?
Executive orders.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, or what if they already did? See, what I found strange is that they're saying now that we're going to get this $2,000 a month for 3 months or something like that, and it's coming from the tariffs. It was a truth that Trump put out, and I was thinking to myself, okay, when did these tariffs start to get implemented publicly? Right, a couple of months. Well, I don't know how long it's been, 6 months, 5 months, whatever the hell it's been. They have all the money already? No, I find that really hard to believe. So I was along the lines you're thinking. They have this all from those executive orders, but they can't really say, they have to put it in normie terms and make it play out. And I totally agree with you. And that's why I think all this money, I hate to even use that word, but this abundance is there. And it's just going to be a matter of all these different ways that they're going to put, send it to people. Because
if that's the case as well, and they have confiscated all this money using executive orders, 13848 and things like that, that would also mean that they already know, which we know, that the 2020 election was fraudulent. They've already made possessions from it and stuff. They just haven't released it to the public yet, and it's all going to play out like that. And do you think? Do you think the drops are going in reverse, Jason? And do you think, like, that what's going on in the first sort of like 55 Q drops is how it's going to end? Military is the only way, and Trump's going to send a tweet, and we're going to see these things. Or that my fellow Americans, because that's talk about that's already happened. But do you think it has?
Yeah. But the thing is that he's using Twitter. Look to Twitter. From my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, right? But you have to look at his alter ego, Il Donato Trumpo.
Right.
Yeah. Poppy Trumpo is Trump. Right. Yeah. So when you go back to where, I forgot where it was. It was this year. Poppy Trumpo made a post. It says, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. But it wasn't sent as a tweet. There's no timestamp on it. So it wasn't officially tweeted. But the screen capture was taken with Poppy Trumpo, and then it was posted on then.
Yeah.
Because everybody's looking for Trump to post on X to put that. It's like, he already did. I mean, they asked him if he was Poppy Trumpo. He's like, yeah. It's like, I like that Poppy Trumpo. That Poppy Trumpo is the shit.
I'll just play you a 17-second clip.
Win this. You are. You're going to win this. We're going to win. Yes, we are.
We don't win, this country is finished.
Appreciate you guys. Are you Poppy Trumpo?
Yeah, I think so.
God, I love that. Oh, no, I think it's great because it just shows that it's like it's right there. I mean, I'm glad you got this right on because you had this pulled up like already. It's like, damn.
Oh, I've got about, you can put 100 things in your StreamYard ready to go, can't you? And you just click on one, it puts it on and it mutes your mic. You don't have to share your screen or find it or anything like that. It's great for that StreamYard.
It's perfect. Hey, Jason, I want to just go back. You said earlier that you had a conversation with Charlie Ward.
Yes.
And who I hope is doing well.
Yes.
I hope he's doing much better. And you mentioned about the scrolls.
Yes.
Can we go down that rabbit hole a little bit for...
Sure. I mean, I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, whatever you know.
I mean, he just told me today. And, because there was this Fanny Fonzie. But, and first, Charlie started up a new website. Okay. Right? It's charliewardgroup.com.
Is there a reason for that? Because his old site, like if we were part of the Insiders Club and stuff, it's just different than that?
Yeah, I think this is where, everybody can go and watch the videos and everything and all that, which is really cool. I mean, he just told me about it today. And so is the Spiritual Wonder Boy Fund. So he had 1,000 Chinese scrolls, each have a value of 32 zeros. That is enough to... for every person in the world, $50 million. That's a lot of money.
And where is that going? Like, in other words, that's what he was talking about. Do we know where that is? Who has it? Like nothing, or just that it exists or it's there?
I mean, you've got the Spiritual Wonder Boy Fund, but that's not the big one.
Okay.
The big one is the Tolano Gold Certificate. That's the one that Trump took in his first term when he dined at Forbidden City in China. Because what that was he took physical possession of 640,000 metric tons of gold, 24 karat gold. 24 karat doesn't have any silver in it. That's the whole thing with 10 karat, 12 karat, 14 karat, 18 karat. It has a silver in it. That's why all these leaders, they come around, they're like, man, and they're all admiring the gold. It's like, because it's all 24 karat, guys. That's all it is. Everything's from that. Even his challenge coins he's giving out are solid gold. It's like, how do you have this much gold? It's like, well, when you get 640,000 metric tons, you kind of know what to do with it. So now when they're like, oh, like when he got the crown from South Korea, and they said that it was along the lines of this is given to somebody for ruling the heavens and the earth, right? It's like, and then you look at the crown. It's like, where have we seen that crown before? It's like whenever you pull up videos of the Anunnaki, Anu, Enki, and Lil, they all have the same crown on.
Wow.
Isn't that just a coincidence?
Wow.
Right? So when they say who controls NK, what if that's Enki?
Enki.
Yeah.
This, because they beat Anu at his own game on, was it Mount Death or something like that? It was like a big consciousness battle, and we actually won. So we actually won our freedom.
And when was this?
During Trump's first term. Hold on a second. This chair is just killing me. Oh.
Wow. Did not know that. Did you know that, Stu, about the connection?
I think I might have heard about that battle,
NK?
but I've heard a lot about Enki and Enlil and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't know about who controls NK. I never made that connection to Enki.
Well, and also NK. There was this show, Everything Around Me. Right, it's a channel on YouTube, and they had a video of North Korea. What's going on in North Korea? Well, all these places, all these centers, it's like child traffic centers, right? That's what they're called. And they're like, oh, they're driving school for children. It's like, you don't drive in North Korea. What do you mean driving school? Kids aren't allowed to drive. You're not allowed to drive in North Korea. What are you talking about? So what was going on in North Korea? Why was Barry going over there?
Yeah.
Why didn't Lil Kim pick up his phone when Barry called? They were taking kids from, and where did that little Oriental girl that he had on his lap and they had on the boat with George Clooney and all that, where did she come from?
Yeah.
North Korea.
Now that dynasty or family was pretty much held captive, right? I mean, Trump, like, you can't kind of make up when you see that embrace between the two of them. That did not look like a man who was giving up on being Rocket. That looked like a man who was embracing someone he loved.
Yeah,
he took 17 steps as well, didn't he? When he walked in,
you could palpably see the love in his eyes when he embraced Trump.
When he walked over the DMZ, that is what broke that should have broke the internet.
Yeah.
You've never seen a president actively walk over the DMZ to greet if that doesn't tell you the man wants peace. But when they're like, oh, North Korea's firing off rockets, is it really North Korea, guys?
Right.
Is it really? Because, you constantly need a boogeyman. So it's just like, we're supposed to hate China, but they're like, oh, China's hacking all our stuff. It's like, no. I mean, we keep on looking at China, but you look at all the government, you don't have a Chinese sect, you don't have a Russian sect, you've got Jewish sects everywhere. So what's the problem? Because they were always, they came here in order to upend the Constitution. Because under Tikkun Olam, right? Tikkun Olam, it's a concept in Judaism which refers to various forms of action intended to repair and improve the world. In classical rabbinic literature, the phrase referred to legal enactments intended to preserve the social order. Think about social justice. In the Alanu, it refers to eradication of idolatry. In Lurianic Kabbalah, the repair is mystical, to return the sparks of divine light to their source, employing ritual performance. Rituals. In the modern era, particularly among the post-Haskalah movements, Tikkun Olam has come to refer to the pursuit of social justice, or the establishment of godly qualities throughout the world, based on the idea that, quote, Jews bear responsibility not only for their own moral, spiritual, and material welfare, but also for the welfare of society at large. So please tell me, and that falls under that whole Lurianic Kabbalah, that those Orthodox fucks that decide to bring in the whole Education Day USA, because under under Jewish Kabbalah, they have two stages in Jewish Kabbalah in order of descending spiritual worlds known as the four worlds. In subsequent creations, they also represent two archetypal spiritual states of being and consciousness. It's derived from the Lurianic Kabbalah by Isaac Luria, the father of modern Kabbalah, based on his interpretation of classic references in the Zohar. But the thing is, it's the world of chaos and the world of rectification. So they're creating all the chaos in order to rectify it and pull it all under a Judaism sect to worship Satan. Because Satan is the god of this world. Because people don't understand that, guess what? We've been hijacked heavily. The God in the Bible is not the true God. It's not. That's why Christ came here to warn us. It's like, you don't need these idolatry. You don't need this shit. But then they want to end idolatry, but they're over there humping a wall over in Jerusalem. And the funny thing is that Hitler was the first person in the world to create anti-animal cruelty laws.
Was he?
He's the first one. And what are the Jews in New York doing? They're taking chickens and beating them against dumpsters because of their religion. But that's okay. We're supposed to say that's okay. And then they found bloody mattresses in all those tunnels. We haven't heard anything about that. But they're like, oh, we have to fill it with concrete because the New York City, they have a Jewish sect in their police that takes care of Crown Heights and Brooklyn and everything.
You can't interfere. The same with the fire department, because my stepsons are both work for the FDNY, and it's like hands off.
Yep. And then you look at Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. Who's her grandfather? Her grandfather started the mega group. The group of billionaires that are running New York and trying to run the world. So then,
New York is such a satanic place, and we're just living under a spell. Like, it has to be. It's so, and I think the focus, like if they say Israel's last for the plan, I think New York is last, like, for the country, because that's where so much of it is emanating from and needs to be collapsed.
But if there's two of everything, there has to be two Israels, right?
Right.
I was just going to say that to you about all these sort of monuments and place marks. Is Israel actually America?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because when we went to Doral for the whole Charlie Ward meetup and everything.
Yeah.
It's funny that right by the Trump, they have a spa, like a spa and everything. And right outside, they have these two massive elephants, right? And they had a little inscription. Well, inscription. Let me see. Oh, 1 second. Let me pull this up. Oh, no, it's after this one. It is. Where is it? Right here. So there was and I can't share it, but it says, in honor of the mighty works and voice of President Donald J. Trump, on behalf of the children of Israel and Israel itself. Because we are the true Israel. It's not a land, it's a people.
It's a people.
It's the people that are Christed. That's why they hijacked the name Israel, made it a land, made everybody hate it, because then in turn, you're going to hate yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
They use us to manifest. Yeah.
Yep. And it's all the dark arts and everything. And then you look at like during the mafia times, right? Because you said you're Sicilian and all that.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at all the mafia movies, right? It's all Italians, right? But it wasn't.
Right.
You had Kosher Nostra. You had the Jewish mob. They're the ones that were doing all the shit. Because you talk to like Michael Franzese and all, he's like, this shit wouldn't have happened if we were running shit. They took care of their neighborhoods. They made sure all the women and children were protected. There was no riffraff, nobody selling drugs or anything like that. If they had problems, they dealt with it in-house. They dealt with it themselves. But you weren't out on the streets. You know, you didn't see all these gang of sub-Saharans out there looting shit and everything like that because they put a stop to that right now. But they had to bastardize the mafia saying, oh, the mafia is bad because everything is Italian and they don't want to talk about the Jews.
Right. Now, I also don't want to, glorify these men. I mean,
No, not at all.
They were sociopaths, many of them.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of shit that was going on in Sicily. But I know what you're saying. It just becomes focused on that one group when, with all due respect, if you look even surface wise, they were integrated. You had like Meyer Lansky and his crew and, and Ben Siegel, and they were working together, with Charlie over there in the 40s and everything. So and then you have all these the Russians, big faction of the Russian Jewish mafia in New York.
And that's the Kosher Nostra as well, because when they talk about the Russian mafia, it's not the Russian mafia, it's the Ukrainian mafia. Notice how they just interchange it. They're like, oh, it's Russian. Right. Well, no. Who built this oligarchy of Ukrainians? It was Harvard. It was Larry Summers, Harvard, and they're the ones that built the oligarchy using Epstein too. It's like, how is this guy in everybody's back pocket? But then yet they're like, oh, he doesn't have ties to Mossad or he doesn't have ties to intelligence. Why are you bullshitting us, man? But the thing is, Trump and all them, they can't come out and say it because they don't have the stuff. They can only go by what Huber and all them have and Sessions.
Well, not only that, yes, but the point is that you have to walk a very fine line because Trump is, POTUS is very well insulated. None of this can come back to him for what he's doing behind the scenes. And I think, Stu, we always show that video of like, why does POTUS have to lie? Because we're at war. You're not going to tell your enemy what you're really doing.
Well, it also says disinformation is necessary.
Yes.
So is he lying to us? No, because we already know through the drops what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Because they gave us it's like, hey, all this stuff when they said that the military was the biggest drop on this poll and everything like that. Yeah, because it's military intelligence that's doing it. And they've been doing it. They've been doing this for longer than the Q drops and everything. They've been gathering up all this information and people are like, well, what about the Epstein? It's like, well, everybody's concerned about Epstein. It's like, who's above Epstein? That's who we want. And then everybody trafficked children too, all of them, they need to get rounded up and try them in American courts and then have them executed. Use the immigration and naturalization courts. That's it. It's the easiest way of doing it because they're the ones that brought them in here. So you could use the same courts to get them all out. Because I don't see why you have immigration courts in the first place. If you're here illegally, you don't have a due process. You don't have rights. Because that's like saying, I'm going to go break into Stu's house, but hey, I have a right to be here. No, you don't. It's not your house. Get the fuck out. That's it. If you don't leave, then you're arrested. Well, think about a bigger scale. I mean, it just makes sense. Because in order, you have to get all of them. All the Indians, all the Chinese that aren't American. Anybody that's not American, you got to get them out.
Right. It's not profiled. It's not about profiling.
No, it's about serving two masters. You can't come here and serve two masters and expect to leech off the American dime and then also be a communist.
Right. And want to change, talk about how bad everything is and how you hate this country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. People can run and yell, fuck America, I hate America and all this. Nothing happens. You say that about Israel, getting locked up.
And you're in this country. And you're in this country talking about another country.
And that's the thing. But what it's doing is it's getting people all riled up. Like, you know what? No. And then you see Larry Ellison, all that buying Paramount, his son buying Paramount, and then all the shit with the AI. It's like, guys, they're trapping them all. That's why he's like, yeah, go ahead and let Larry buy it and everything like that, because all you have to do is seize everything from him, and you have everything. That's why same thing with Bill Gates, same thing with all these guys. And especially the whole Massey thing. That's the thing that really delights me, because he's all about, like, oh, screw Massey, bless you. And he's like, screw Massey, this and that. Well, Massey didn't take any APAC money, but who's running against him, right? The same guy, and Miriam Adelson dumped a bunch of money in, and this gentleman named Paul Singer dumped a bunch of money in this. And when you learn about who Paul Singer is, bless you, and he is the one that funded Russiagate. He funded it. It's in Wikipedia. It says it right there that he funded the Russiagate probe with Christopher Steele. So already when it says P.S. Soros is targeted, the P.S. is Paul Singer and Peter Soros.
Right.
Soros has a brother. And you have Project Syndicate. That's their whole little information arm that they run with all the news media. I mean, there's a lot of just, when you start looking at these acronyms, you're like, there's something with this shit. It's like, what's going on here? You know, it's like the Large Binocular Telescope Near Infrared Spectroscopic Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research, right? Why would you call it Lucifer? I don't know. You want to tell us that, Pope? I mean, you already swore in. You already made a satanic priest a saint, and then some 15-year-old that was just writing miracles online, you made him a saint. What?
Yeah.
What miracles? And the thing is, we can all do miracles.
Yep.
So why is it only to them? But then they canonized, you know, Mother Teresa, avid child trafficker. It's all satanic. Everything about the whole Roman Catholicism, it's all satanic. It was a complete fracture. It was a complete fracture of Christianity and the way and everything. And they made everything run through there with all the serpent worship. It's all demonic.
Absolutely. But I tend to think that this last canonization is part of the movie at this point, you know, because they're trying to really like drive it home so obvious.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be, listen, if we're talking about the Jews and how they're going to accept all this stuff, what about all the Catholics, the devout Catholics who are going to have to swallow the pill of what's really been going on?
Well, now you see why 99% of people be in a hospital.
Yep.
Because when they find out they've been reading a Bible that the God in the Bible isn't the real God, it's actually the demiurge. Yeah. And it's like, God, but where is the rest of the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
We can't make a, and that's the thing. That's why it's like everybody, where we're going to go up, because it's like, well, everybody should be lifted from, because if you didn't give us the right book to begin with, because the Bible is just basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's it. It's an acronym. They're all acronyms. So now when you break that down and you see that they gave us a Bible that isn't real, they want us to pray to a God that isn't real, you know, in their house. Because, I mean, I would be like, hey, you want to enjoy the life of Christ. So why did you put a crucifix up there?
Right. I was just talking about that this morning. Why would you? It's like if someone came in your house and they stabbed you, and then you put up a framed thing to tribute that person a knife.
Yeah. Or it's like, I use this too. Kurt Cobain's daughter, right? That's like Kurt Cobain's daughter wearing a rifle around her neck.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though the mom did it.
It's mockery, isn't it? They're taking the piss out of us.
Yeah, it's a mocking.
Symbolism will be their downfall.
Because Christ wasn't crucified on a cross. He was crucified on an X. Because what's a cross? A cross is a deconstructed cube. 6 sides. You just fold it. Folds right in. There's a cube. Like they want everybody to worship the black cube. That's what Christianity is. That's what the cross is. It's a cube.
And how do you know, like, where's the the research that it was an X, not a cross?
Well, that's the Roman. That's the Pax Romanica, because there's a P and there's an X.
Okay.
When he was crucified, it was crucified an X. Because the thing is, you can't crucify somebody on a cross. You would need Guy and Derek lines because it would fall over because it'd be so front heavy.
I never even thought of that.
So why would you do it? You'd have to have cables, or you'd have to dig a hole. You'd have to have. Remember, they said he drug a cross, right?
Yeah.
So how far did that cross go down the ground? Right, the whole thing's fake because he was crucified on an X. Because the thing is that there's 2 letters in the Hebrew that aren't in the Jewish alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet, X and Q. Now, isn't it funny that there's 2 letters in this that is very prominent?
Do you think that's
Q
got anything
and
to
X?
do with? Yeah. Do you think that's got something to do with Twitter changing its name? Obviously.
Yeah, it's a split of the Freemasons too. Because you notice how they made the X. If you mirror it, it's the Freemasonic symbol. So they're fracturing that in half as well.
Wow.
They're using their stuff against them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
Because you're not just going to sit here and just say, oh, let's just level them and that's it. It's like, no, we want to see all the crimes they did. Like Beirut. Like Israel's been balls deep in all this terrorism. Because they think that they're, like the whole, world of chaos and the world of rectification. So they need chaos, order out of chaos. They need that in order to bring everybody under this whole Jew world order.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the letter that Albert Pike and Giuseppe Mazzini that he sent on August 15th, 1871, in the last one, because the first 2 went out perfectly, what a surprise, Freemasons. But then the third one, you have the anarchists and the nihilists present in America. You got BLM, you got Antifa. But then it was to pit political Zionism against Islam. So why would you call it political Zionism? I mean, there wasn't an Israel yet.
Right.
So why would even Zionism wasn't thought of for another 20 years? So the Zionism, that was all within the Freemasonic ranks. So now you have to see who created Zionism and how they're all 33rd degree Masons and all branched up. That's how you have the Mormons tied in, because the Mormons are tied directly in with the Freemasons, because Joseph Smith stole all the Freemason shit. That's why they threw him out a window. But then he spread it all to the Mormons. He told them all what the secrets were. Well, if somebody knows all the secrets, what do? Do you eradicate them, or do you get in bed with them? Because that's how they're using all these nonprofits, all these, because it's all run through churches, non-taxable. So you think, oh, pray, learn different meanings, right? Well, if they're praying on us, well, what church? You think the Catholics, but it's all of them. They're all praying on, you go in and it's all doom and gloom, and even with the Mormonism, I mean, everywhere in the world, they have a network to where they all teach the same stuff at the same time. So it's all controlled brainwashing. And who's good at that? The CIA. The CIA, the Masons, the Mormons. Because when they say, look at track the family is the Mormons. Just like the Keystone is their, that's the doctrine of Mormonism. So then you look at the Ark, because he also built the Ark, right? Trump's building the Ark, right? The Arch.
Yeah.
Well, who else built an Arch? Hadrian. But there's something that he did before that arch was complete. There was a thing called the Bar Kokhba Revolt. That's when he went in and wiped them all out. And the ones that were still there, he said, nope, get rid of Judaism. You guys are conforming to this. That's it. Because he even knew there was all blood sacrifice, worshiping Baal. Because what people fail to realize is that they're like, oh, the Nazis came over here in 1933 and they were over Madison Square Gardens having a rally and everything. Let's go to Chicago in 1933 and talk about that rally, shall we? That the Jews pulled off with the sacrifice of a child to Moloch. They had a massive Moloch statue in Soldier Field, and you can even look it up on YouTube. We watched it on the show a couple times. It's all right there. They all congregated there because why is Chicago so big? Where's the home of communism? It's Chicago. That's where Communist Party USA is based out of. It's all based out of Chicago. That's why we have so many problems in Chicago. It's not just it's the vibration of Chicago.
And I was just going to ask you if we consider the satanic versus, God, right? Good versus bad versus good. I feel like, we're made in the image of God, and so we don't think along those lines. Like, yeah, we get angry, we have emotions, you get pissed off, whatever. But the true evil, right? That's coming out of the worship of Satan. Do you believe like that a lot of these people become, because it feels very non-human what they're doing and how they're doing it. So is it like that's that vibration, that spirit, that entity, demons are actually taking over those people to make them do what they do, that they're not really human anymore? And I don't mean not human like their eyes are slit and they're reptilian. I mean, you know what I mean by non-human.
Yeah, they sell their soul.
How can you do that? How can you do that as a human? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like everything, money magic and these, you said, oh, it's the CIA, but those are pretty sophisticated, disgusting, evil things that they've come up with. So where's that really coming? Is that they're not human anymore in some capacity, right?
That's the Babylonians and the Jews. That's the whole they want to have everything under Talmudic law. That's what they're pushing. They're pushing for all of us to be. They're sitting here saying, "Oh well, was it Sharia law? Sharia law is the same as Talmudic law, as the Noahide laws. It's the same exact thing, but they weaseled in the Noahide laws on us using the president and Education Day USA, because they're like, oh, they thought it was for the celebration of the birthday of that Mendel Schneerson. That shitbag, that rabbi from New York City, that they all celebrate his birthday. That's their Messiah. That's why Bibi is killing all these people in order to bring him back. That's what they believe. That's how fucked up these people are. Because they think that it's a man in the flesh that's going to come back. They're Messiah, they're Moshiach. And it's just, I mean, everything about it, it's like, they're just a really deviant, evil people that really don't conform to anything Christ-like. But whose realm are we in?
Yeah.
Because when they say that we're in the image of God, it's the light that's within us. That's the image.
Right.
It's our caring, our compassion, our unconditional love. But if you lack that, if you lack empathy, you're not a part of God. And you see them all over there. They're cheering on raping Palestinians. That is not godlike.
No.
At all. And you look at the child trafficking, you look at the organ harvesting, you look at all the adrenochrome. I mean, why is it they're all crying about, well, we didn't get the bodies of our hostages? Well, when they got the Palestinians, why were they all missing organs, limbs? What about all the ones that you just dug holes and just buried in mass graves? Where are they? But now it's coming out that it's like 83 to 85% of all the deaths in Gaza were civilian. I say just wipe all of Israel out. All of it. Everything. Because you've got Dimona, because they've been threatening us with these nukes and everything like that, but the nukes are off the table. That's why Trump's like, hey, we're going to do a nuclear test. And then what do you shoot off? Well, if Putin shot a missile named Skyfall during his first term, Trump's first term, and then he shot it again this time, and then Trump counters with the Minuteman III missile launch that nobody knew about until minutes after. It's in the drops. But the Minuteman III, one if by land, right? And you have two if by sea. What are the two if by sea? It's the two Israeli subs that are locked up with nuclear weapons in order to be a first strike. Because if anybody finds out about Israel, then they just launch them.
Right.
So that's an option.
They'd much rather kill everybody than see them destroyed.
Yeah.
So how is that Christ-like too? That's what we have to look at, because the Trident 2 D5 missile, right? The D5, that is the submarine version of the Minuteman III. And they already launched one back during Obama's term from the HMS Vengeance in Port Canaveral, Florida. And that was during the Wounded Warrior event that they were holding in Orlando. Because they bring the submarines in, and then they launch the Trident 2 D5s. They shoot them out over the Atlantic, test them. But the one that the HMS Vengeance sent, that Obama knew, David Cameron knew, and all they knew, and Theresa May, they all knew that this missile was going to come back and hit Orlando and kill all the Wounded Warriors. But our missile battery took care of it and shot out of the sky. But it was all mum's the word. Nobody says anything. It's like, well, that means that Obama was trying to commit crimes on the U.S. It's just like in South Carolina. It was during Obama's term too, that they actually wanted to launch a nuke on the United States. And there were 2 brave generals and an admiral that stopped it. And it was detonated over the Atlantic. So if anybody wants to sit here and tell me that Obama's, fuck that guy. Fuck him, fuck his husband, fuck those illegitimate kids of his, fuck them all. Everybody in his cabinet, they should all be hung. They all knew what was going on.
Yeah.
So now we have to look at this. So if Obama is illegitimate, that means that everything that he put in was illegitimate. That means all the judges, all the laws, but that also it eliminates Biden's term. Because if Obama didn't serve, that means Biden was president for those 2 years. That means that this past 4 years, who was running the country? It was the bureaucracy.
Yeah. What's that Q post? Fraud
Vitiates everything.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. And that was from the which court case was it? 1800s, 1890s. I knew this. Oh man, it'll come to me. But I remember the case too. It was and it was right along the time that they were having the bout with the farmers. That's what Nasira was brought under as.
Right.
So
So in the 1900s and all that, that whole case with the national farmers and everything like that, they screwed them over.
Yeah.
But it was the I'm trying to think which one it was. It was the shit. Man, I usually ramble this off my tongue, but yeah, I do know that it was a court case, and oh man, I can't believe I usually know this one too. And that's the thing, the fraud vitiates everything. Well, if you've already proven that you have illegals voting in the system now, if you have one voting, that's fraud.
Right.
Wipes everything out. Now you look at New York, how they put Mamdani in, right? How many illegals voted there? Same thing with Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. The same person that was not allowed to walk in her naval her graduation from the U.S. Naval Academy, her and her husband were both not allowed to walk because of the cheating scandal they had.
Right.
But hey, that's okay. That's what you want in government, right? 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 No. But they're all paid by big donors. It's all this dark money. It's this Act Blue money and everything like that. It's like they have no idea. They're like, oh, yeah, Blue Wave. It's like, no, you guys actually fucked yourself. That's what you did.
But see, I'm not really like, okay, this has to be shown, but this is so well orchestrated as a movie and a plan now.
Oh.
You know, people just don't. And you know what got me? Like, people were like, oh God, you know, who knows what's going to happen with this Mamdani? And I'm like, what are you freaking talking about?
Getting deported.
Why are you so apathetic?
Yeah.
Didn't anybody wonder with 3 candidates a communist, a Democrat, a crooked, and God knows what else with Cuomo, Democrat, and then a Republican with Curtis Lewa. Why was Trump endorsing Cuomo?
Yeah. And he was running as an independent.
Did anybody think like what? Oh, if it's a choice between a bad Democrat or a communist, I'm going to go for the bad Democrat. So what? Why did you know what I mean? Like it was so obvious.
Lesser of two evils.
But you had a if you truly were endorsing, you know what I mean? If this
You
was
would endorse Silva.
yeah,
but he's just putting it out there. It's like, hey, yeah, get him, because it threw the whole election off. Because it's like, okay, well, you know, and what was it? The next day, Mom Donnie's like, oh yeah, and about to donate, yeah, you can start funding us again because it's like we really don't know how we're gonna pay for this. It all sounded good in paper, but we really need all of your money. And did you see who met with him yesterday?
Who?
In New York City, Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, I didn't catch that one. Oh, Pocahontas. Yeah.
A whole tax the rich thing that they want to put on. It's like the same bitch that got filthy rich off all these insurance companies getting all their money. So you're going to trust this one?
It's been beautiful watching her meltdown.
Oh, God. Oh, all these meltdowns. I mean, you want to see panic. I mean, they're just flipping out. Because if they were serious about the Epstein files being released, well, if you had, who was it? Shit, who was it? Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett went in there. It's like, okay, let's just cut the shit. We want to release the Epstein docs. Why would the Democrats vote it down? Because they thought, oh, they could put all this stuff out in the media and the public opinion, and he's guilty. It's like, but those are all, you guys didn't read all the emails. Because there was one in there that with Epstein and Catherine Rumler, and he was talking about you need to talk to the boss, right? Who's the boss? It's Obama.
Right.
Right? So why is he dealing with a pedophile? Well, birds of a feather.
Exactly.
And then when they find out who Obama really is, all his ties to Afghanistan and Pakistan during the Soviet-Afghan War, how his mom was over there in Pakistan in the early 80s, working under the Ford Foundation, CIA cutout.
Right.
I mean, then they're like, oh, he's over there visiting mom. Yeah, no, you aren't.
And wasn't that during the time when you weren't Americans weren't allowed to go to Pakistan?
Yep.
Yeah.
But he did. Yeah, because
he did. And no, but you know, just on a comical note, comic relief. It's not comical, but it's comic relief. You have no idea, like how many people I know that were like, "Oh my God, Michelle Obama is so beautiful, and she's so amazing," and I just cannot wait for that shoe to drop. I can't wait for these people to. I may not see it, but I'll know intuitively that they are just so embarrassed when it comes out that it's Big Mike.
Oh, you're talking about shoe to drop. We're waiting for that axe handle to drop. It put a noose around her. It's like, no. Pull them drawers down.
Yeah.
Pull them down. We want to see it. Same thing with Bridget McCrone. You want to sue people? Pull them down. Oh, we have scientific evidence. We have photos. No. We don't need photos. We just need a swab of your DNA. That's all. Yep. If you're not going to give that, then you lose. Because right then and there, I mean, if you were going to question who's a man or woman, it's like, check the DNA. That's it. Easy. Why does it have to be scientific and photograph? You're a fucking dude. That's it.
You're a dude.
It's easy enough for them to do in sports, isn't it? And find out if a boxer is male or female.
Yep.
So we can sure do it with Big Mike. He's got a bigger back than Mike Tyson and Bridget McCrone.
Linebacker.
Oh God! And they wore the same shoe size.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I've been saying that from the minute she was there. My family had such a field day with me.
Oh.
Okay, going off on me, and I'm being ridiculous, and this and that. And I was like, I'm telling you, wait. And now I'm so happy because, you know, at least within my family, they've sort of come to appreciate that that's the truth. You know, they don't always listen to everything else I say, but the abuse I took the abuse.
Oh. And for them to say that, oh, look at Michelle Obama, she's so elegant, and Melania's so trash. I'm like,
yeah, she's so trash. How could we possibly remember the designer, whoever that freaking designer was?
Anna Wintour.
And she's like,
bitch.
I'll never design anything for
Yeah.
Melania. Okay. Because you're probably hiding a big secret too.
They all are.
Yeah.
And all revolves around Satanism and their little, I mean, they're just so much evil that just come out of Hollywood that, fame. Sell your kids for fame. There's nothing different from the trans movement now than how they're selling their kids for fame and fortune in Hollywood.
Yep.
Same damn thing, same damn abuse. And that's the problem. It's like you have all these child stars and all that. Well, how many of them are completely off their rocker now because they've been abused, raped, tortured?
No, it's the fame. It's
yeah.
because they had fame too young.
Yeah.
And really, not because they went around like candy.
Yeah, but then you have all these moms that are taking their daughters to these
the fashion shows,
when they're 5, 6.
Yeah,
dressed them like they're 40.
Like yeah.
It's like, what is this? And then it's so filthy.
Yeah.
And it's like you're literally egging this on.
Yeah.
And then you start seeing, well, if they're models, well then you get into a model agency, right? Who was the one that running model agencies? All of Epstein's buddies. You look at the guy from
Victoria's Secrets and
you got Les Wexner, you got the guy from Abercrombie and Fitch, and all that, and they're all tied into traffic. It's like, how deep did it go? But the funny thing is, I just saw a notification. The Walmart CEO just resigned today.
No.
Yeah. Resigned, retired, something like that. It's like, I guess that EBT must have hit him hard. Because you guys were getting all these subsidies and jacking up the price on us and fucking us over. But I will say that
I don't think it has anything to do with the tunnels or anything, that this was like, we're seeing it now, what really happened with all these people, right, with Walmart. But
and then you look at Walmart, and Alice Walton was the one that funded the No Kings protest. It's like, well, why would you do that? It's like, because the SNAP benefits. The thing is, the SNAP benefits, all that, all this Obamacare and everything, it ends on the 1st. Like all the insurance and everything like that, all the kickbacks to all the insurance companies, that ended on the 1st because they didn't extend it. Because they thought that Hillary was going to win. It's like, oh, this is all we need. That's it. Kind of jumped the shark on that one, too. It's just, it's so great. Let me fix this chair again. Damn it.
Beautiful. Isn't it, Jay? Just, there's so many of us that are really into this Q movement, and a lot of people are coming on board and waking up and getting into it and stuff. And you've got, many, many truthers out there. There's still a massive Q-tards, do you know what I mean? Trust the plan, all this sorts of stuff. And I just don't get it. And I am 117% Q-tarded. Yeah. But can just in a couple of sentences, just explain how intricate and how massive and complex this plan is.
Well, it can easily be summed up. Why is it that you could look at the post from 2017, 2018, 2019, and all that's coming true right now?
Exactly.
You could actually literally go back to the drops and boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I firmly believe that once it's all wrapped up, that the Q drops are going to shuffle. This is what I think. It's going to shuffle out and read like a movie script.
Yeah.
You got 3 movies. It's going to be in boom, boom, boom. So then you can read the whole script and see which one was in which movie. And it sounds like, because the only way for us to really, see if the Q, once everything's like done. But it is kind of funny that the last drop was on November 27th. And it seems like all these dates are lining up with 11/20, 11/21, 11/22 this year. Because everybody's forgetting about the whole Treaty of Verona. Why do you think Trump picked Vance? It's a VTV, Treaty of Verona. And that was done in 1822 on 11/22. And that is when Europe and all these homos that like to dress up like kings and queens or queens and queens, that's when they decided that, oh, this is what we're going to do. You know, we have to, because this was after, you know, we won the Revolutionary War and everything like that. So they all had a big axe to grind because, well, they have freedom of press and freedom of speech. Well, we have to suppress that. I mean, it's all in that secret treaty. And it just so happens that this year is the 203rd anniversary. Kind of odd, isn't it? Mm. So if you take that 5 and you add 5 days to 11/22, you get 11/27, which is the last Q drop. And what's the last Q drop? Ascension.
Ascension, yeah.
Also, you could take the 0 out of that and have a 23. Now comes the pain.
Yep.
Couldn't you?
Yep. Everything. It just, all the numbers, and it's just, how could it be wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't be wrong. I mean, even with that, what was it? So this Minuteman, right? This Minuteman 2 launch, or Minuteman 3 launch on 11/5/2025. Sorry. But, which is funny, because how do we know that the storm is upon us? If you go back to 11/1, the Marine Corps put out their birthday video, right?
Yeah.
But it was at the end. That was the key point. Why was Commandant Smith and General Ruiz standing in the rain? But that came out on 11/1, right? But their birthday's on the 10th.
Yes.
So now you look at 1119, right? So 11/1 and then 2025 is 9, right? Well, a specific group has their birthday on 11/19 in 5 days. That would be Delta Force. Their birthday's on 11/19. So now when you look at this whole 11/19, 11/20, 11/21, it's all right there. Because if they're going to release the Epstein files next week, right? What's next Saturday? 11/22. So wouldn't Suicide Weekend be 11/22, 11/23?
Yes.
But then you have 11/24, which is a 17. Because that's an 8 with your natural 9 of 2025, which is a Monday. Think shit's about to hit the fan like we have not seen.
Buckle the fuck up.
And also on 11/5, the launch of the Minuteman, it was at 1:35 a.m. But there was something else that happened on 11/5/2025 in Brazil. That's when they had that massive UN meeting. Remember, Trump said something about they knocked down 100,000 trees to build a roadway to get to this place.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's not very green now, is it? That's not very earth conscious now, is it?
Right.
But the thing is that there have been 3 Minuteman 3 launches this year. 2/10/2025 at 1:30 a.m., 5/25/2025 at 1 o'clock a.m., and 11/5/2025 at 1:35 a.m. Thing is, from 2/10/25 to 11/5/25 is 269 days. If anybody's good at math, that's a 17, which is also 38 weeks and 3 days, which is 11/3, and is 73.70% of a year, which is another 17. And 11/5 to 11/22 is exactly 17 days. Because Germany is going to play a hell role in this because, well, Germany's building the subs for the Jews.
Yes.
And the 6th one is being built right now. D5 is the Dolphin-class submarines. It's the 5 submarines they have. The 2nd one is named Leviathan, and the 6th one's name is Dracon. Why would you name it Dracon? Like Draco?
Right.
Just saying. Get out there.
You know, it's also interesting, which, you know, Stu and I watched, that Dick Cheney, right? Like, maybe how does he fit into this? But the whole Dick Cheney dying on 11/3 and it being announced on 11/4.
Actionable.
And I'm still thinking, because I don't go that deep, but I'm thinking maybe somehow he was also 84. They made a point to keep saying how old he, was supposedly. So I don't know if that has any significance into anything, but which I think would be what, a 3? Be a 3. But in any case, I find it funny how this month there's all this whole numerology and showing how things are just escalating.
Dan Scavino as well, didn't he? He made a post, whether it's truth or Twitter, at 26 minutes past on 11/4 midnight. And obviously, Q dropped 26 and stuff.
Scavino is, I mean, he's the hidden gem. I mean, we all, I mean, if there's one person I love, it's Scavino, because it's like, and then whoever's won the White House memes, they need an award too.
Yeah.
But,
oh my God, yes.
But this whole Skyfall, right? So if Putin launched the SSC X9 Skyfall on 10/21/25, but he launched another one on 3/1/2018, right? So from 3/1/18 to 10/21/25, let's see how this wraps up. 7 years, 7 months, and 21 days. 7 + 7 + 2 + 1 is 17. Also, it is 2,792 days, right? So if you separate 2792, that's a 9/11. But also, it's a 20. But then you look at, because everything has to be done twice, right?
Yeah.
So the Sky event, right? It had been the 2 missiles, because remember, they were like, oh, these are hypersonic and all that, naked region. It's like, if Russia wanted to fucking blow us out of the water, they would have already.
They would have, right?
And the thing is, Russia's just like, hey, man, we just want to be left alone. That's all. Don't come over here and tell us what we're going to do, what we can do, what we can't do. Just let us live our lives. Because you don't see more of the obese people in Russia. Because they don't let the GMOs in.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see a bunch of brainwashed Russians because they don't let the radio and the broadcasting and the whole network of NGOs in to actually help overthrow a government. Kind of like what they did back in 1917 of the October Revolution, right? Because the problem is that from 1917, 1923, that's when the Jews started really blowing up Europe. That's when they found Ukraine, Crimea. They started splitting up all these areas. That's how that happened. So now it's all going back to Mother Russia. That's why they're like, hey, we'll take it back to Ukraine, because, what was it, 80% of people in Ukraine wanted to go back to Russia. So they had to fix an election under a counter revolution put on by us. Good old Chris Murphy and McCain were over there. So when you hear Chris Murphy spouting his little cocksucker up there in the Senate, you're like, this guy's a shitbag. Because when you start looking at these people and you start digging into them, it's like, hey, none of them good. None of the Democrats are good. None. Zero. I mean, let's face it. Fetterman is the voice of reason for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't he?
And
we got into hospital, didn't he? Or did he?
Yeah.
Oh, so I have a friend whose wife just went to some event in DC a couple of weeks ago, and I think the featured speakers were Martha Stewart and Fetterman.
Oh God, Martha Stewart. What a fucking whore she is.
And he was so impressed with this. And I just was like, you know what? I can't. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying Fetterman's good at all. I mean, I'm just saying. No.
I'm laughing.
Yeah. The same
Which
guy
Fetterman? Which one? Because there's like 5 of them that look so different. Like, who is it? And it just, whatever. Everything for me always comes down to this fact that they're just not seeing it.
They're not real. I mean,
and they're buying into this stupid, agenda, and they can't see beyond it. Even when you talk to them, they're still I want to use the word impressed. They're still impressed with celebrity. After I told a friend of mine everything that we've come to know, this is like 3 years ago, about Hillary. No. This person is telling my daughter just in a conversation how there's this hotel and his group was staying at, and guess where they were staying? They were staying in the suite that was built for Hillary and Bill Clinton. And I'm looking at him like,
you need exorcism, bro? Yeah, we call it priest.
This is a good thing. Like, why? Whatever. I can't anymore. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah, and then Clinton's nose falling off. It's like that's normal, guys. Remember, they've had synthetic robotoids out there. We've seen Biden walk like a synthetic robotoid numerous times.
Yeah.
They just didn't know that was him. They didn't know that because what else can a synthetic robotoid do? It could record. That's the funny thing. But how do they get Biden's voice into these synthetic robotoids? You use Whopper. That's all it is. And Whopper was the name of the computer from War Games.
War Games. Yeah, Matthew Broderick, wasn't it?
Yep. It's a voice synthesizer that Apple can implant into a device that perfectly mimics the voice of the other person.
Well, Jason, what about Dear Mr. President? We are all speaking 7 different languages. Okay, 6 because 7 was English. We were really speaking in that.
There's 7.
Well, 7. Still
Oh,
7. Yep. You have to count English as 1. You have to have 7.
Yeah. Mandarin, Cantonese, French, totally synchronized. So, this, it's not so crazy, for people when like one of my arguments once, I was talking about someone that I believed was not on this earth anymore. And the response I got back was, I just saw him on Instagram. And I was like, okay. There you go. He's alive. He's well.
Yeah. Instagram's right. Instagram's right. We're wrong, again. But then,
through microphones, we've also seen his head disappear. We've also seen his chin coming down. We've also seen the scratch on the back of his head in a big bit of rubber creasing up.
I mean, if they just look at Biden and look at his ear, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
He's got one connected earlobe and one not. It's like, look at all the other ones that are him.
No,
ain't him.
Get it. I get so frustrated because it's just like we're just living in completely different timelines with these people. We're on totally different frequencies. I'm not judging right, wrong, good, bad. I'm just saying we are not on the same timeline.
Yep. And that's the thing. It's like there's going to be people that when all this comes out, they're going to be shitting bricks, but we're not here to teach them. We're here to help them when everything goes bad and there comes great. It's like, okay, here.
Yeah.
Just calm down. And I don't know how this happened. I don't know how I ended up being a voice of reason in any of this shit. I would have been the first one to say, fuck it, kill them all. That's it. And just start throwing shit. And because, I mean, you get pissed off, but it's like this whole Q movement, it's like, it's made you rethink everything that you've been doing.
Yeah.
And it's given you time to reflect and time to change what you've been doing in order to become a better human being and a better, just a better representative of the human race. Yeah. And that's what we're all doing. We're just, because once we're all on the same wavelength, you have a high trust society. That's it. Because if you trust yourself, if you trust yourself, believe in yourself, and everybody trusts themselves, you have a world of a just complete trust system.
Yeah, it's so true. And I think what this movement has done, sorry about the dog barking, is we've raised our vibration ourselves, and then we've helped to raise. So, I think the anger that we all felt a few years, the rage, I know I was enraged, but it's kind of quelled. I still get annoyed. I still get kind of pissed off, but it's not to the extent, because that's not why we volunteered to come in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the human ego part of us that we've all seen die just a little bit each time to make way for the light that we're supposed to bring.
Yeah. And we really look at this whole thing, and it's like, when we don't have any of this evil shit, like the media and all this, and everybody's constantly lying to us. If we had everything straight and like straight truth and everything, then you let everybody make their decisions. Because the decisions that people make now aren't the same decisions that they would make if they knew what was going on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody would change. But without the truth being out there, you don't have people time to change. So that's what Trump's doing, is that he's leading up to everybody making that decision. It's like, well, which side are you on?
Yeah.
Because when they say that it's a psyop or a mind war, it's a war on our mind, because we're not dying from it. When we're behind a computer and all that, we're pressing forward, we're getting information out. But when you have psyops, there are real deaths. Yes. That's why it's a psyop and a mind war. And then when they talk about LARPs, it's all for a LARP. The LARPs are the Masons. Those are the LARPs. Because they go in their little temples and they do their little plays and their little LARPing. I mean,
but how much can they really, it's a lot less since we took down DC and reshifted everything that's there, right? I mean,
he broke the energy circuit by putting those 2 flagpoles in. He's like, oh yeah, 88 feet tall. It's like, wait a second. It's like, but you didn't pour case on, sir. So how tall are those flagpoles? You probably had them, 10 feet underground, right? Standard? So it's a 98-foot pole. 98, boom. Break that seal, boom, get rid of the east wing, boom. It's all energy. You're actually replacing energy, because he's like, what's the deal with that? Right across from Lincoln Memorial, it's like there's that big round circle of grass with like a couple pillars on it. It's like, shouldn't there be something there? It's like, well, how many columns are there? It's like, well, there's 2 over here and 2 over here. It's like, oh, Yakim and Boaz and Yakim and Boaz. But he's like, we're going to build this arch. And he's like, and look at this thing on the top. That's Lady Liberty. But the funny thing is that you look at the Mormon temples, it's a different one, but it's still there. It's like, this is all Hadrian. This is all Hadrian. Because after Hadrian, that's where you get Marcus Aurelius. I mean, if it's all on repeat, if we learn from history, those who failed to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We're not repeating this one. Because if everything runs in cycles, then you look through history and you look at the cyclical nature of everything in history and how it all lines up with dates. It's like Charlie Kirk on 9/10, right? So isn't it funny that always on 9/10, 9/11, there's always some kind of disaster somewhere where there's fear and doom and gloom always put in, and that's them gathering the loosh. So what's the Satanic holiday is September 10th and 11th? I mean, it's not on the Satanic calendar. I mean, they have dates on there, but what calendar are they really using? There's got to be a hidden calendar that they're using that everything is based off of those dates.
Yeah.
Because it's not a coincidence that when you look up 9/11 on Wikipedia or in, on this day, in both places, you see all this terrorism. But terrorism didn't come out until after 1948. Just a coincidence that a terror state was created at the same time, because you have to have a boogeyman in order to scare the populace, in order for them to fall under this tikkun olam that they have to create. They have to create the chaos so that everybody kowtows to the Jewish ways. It's like, I think you guys have overly extended your stay here.
Yeah.
I just looked up and the clock said that we were live for 33311.
I just looked up and it's 33317.
Come about 33333 now. No, it's 33320 now. But yeah, I mean,
can I just ask you one thing? You've said in the past and stuff that people will be coming back. People that are passed away will be coming up. And I think you said after 2015 or something, didn't you? Can you just go into that a little bit?
Well, what I'm thinking is, because we had the documentation on it for it, and it was actually that Yellow Rose of Texas that had it as well, right? So when you look at this 3-Eye Atlas, right? It's 2015. After 2015 is when God won on the outside, right? Now we have to fight everything on the inside this terrarium that we live, firmament on top. Now, in order for us to move forward as a civilization, as a human civilization, we had to take it upon ourselves to instigate the fight back to them. Because if we were to ask for help from the Galactic Federation and all that, then we would be slaves to them. But they want to see that because they know how much power we truly have, and we've been repressed. That's why everybody, all these ships and everything like that, they're envious of us. envious. Any of them would swap their spots with us anytime because of how much we've been repressed. So from 2015 on, what happened was that it's almost as if the moon was shut off, right? Because the moon was a solar cycler, right? So what if everything went to the sun instead? Because when 3i Atlas whipped around, there was a massive coronal ejection right to 3i Atlas, and it started picking up steam. So that coronal mass ejection, what if those were the souls of everybody since 2015 coming back? We're about to see some close encounters of third kind.
Yeah. And actually, going back to what you were saying earlier about that, what's it called? I wrote it down. Devil's Tower.
Yeah.
That was all that, wasn't it? That tree stunt. That was that old Richard Dreyfuss making that bit out plasticine and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
and
the thing is, there's crystal tree stumps everywhere.
Yeah.
Uluru Rock and Australia and everything. It's like once you start realizing that they chopped them all down, and because we were infected by a parasite. And now when you look at all the technologies and all that, where's all the parasites? It's in the coding within the technology. All these seals of Solomon, they're all in these technologies. So they're deriving all this evil from all this. Right? So, people are like, oh, well, we're going to become overpopulated and everything. That's like, well, that's impossible because we're all God's children. It's like, we're not going to have children like we used to. Because you're going to have to link up with your soulmate. You have to stand 3 inches apart with your hands sticking out, and you have to have like a gap between it. It takes like 15, 20 minutes. And then, because you have to have all your chakras line up. If they don't line up, you don't get a kid because you don't have that connection. But then, I don't know how it happens, but you end up having like a 6-month-old below your hands.
Really?
Yeah. And that child goes with your parents for the first 3 years to teach them about nature and all that. It's really weird how it's going to be set up. I mean, so we've read, but just because it's documented, something like that, it's like it can go either way. But I kind of like the good way.
Yeah,
because what's the benefit of humanity if there's nothing to gain at the end of this?
Yeah.
So you were talking about this sun and about the souls coming back and that kind of thing. And so is that like related to the soul loop of how we're supposed to go towards the light, and that keeps us in the reincarnation loop versus going towards source and being, enlightened and back to source? Do you think that's all connected to this change that is going to happen?
Well, I feel that with the souls that depart us, right?
Yeah.
They're getting trained in order how to help us. Because who would we trust to go through all of this? To go through this whole 4D, right? Because it's gonna be a lot of work. But we would trust the ones that came before us, right?
Yeah.
Your parents, all that. So wouldn't we listen to them?
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
So you're saying that the soul loop is not necessarily a nefarious thing? It's more a thing to help the ascension process?
Well, I mean, we were stuck in this whole perpetual soul loop because we were slaves. We weren't allowed to go back to source.
Yeah.
Because all the churches, go to the light, go to the light, go to the light, go to the light. And it's all just one big cycle in order to just keep you enslaved. But now with 2015, all that, what if since then they're like, nah, no false light here? Because what's the false light? It's the moon. And then you see the other false light when you come out of the birthing canal.
Right.
A delivery room. And that's why babies come out crying, because they realize that, well, they just died. They lost everything they had. And then they're in their mother's arms, another mother's arms and all that. But the kids now, they're a whole new breed.
Oh yeah.
Whole new breed. These are the kids that we have to really protect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're dropping the hammer on all this. It's like you're not nope. But that's why they want to pollute these kids with transgenderism and you could be a dog if you want. You could be a tree stump if you want. You could be whatever you want. Only in the figment of your fucking imagination can you do this. But that's not you.
Right, exactly.
Trying to be something that is not you.
To separate them from God and source.
Yep.
Yeah, their divinity.
And that's what Hollywood's for. All the stars there. They thought the sheep would follow the stars. But as you can see, man, everybody's like, yeah, screw movies, Hollywood, yeah, no. But you still have those people that are like, oh, Taylor Swift, it's like, she's demonic, that's not her.
Right. That's
Zena LaVey. Zena LaVey's daughter. Or it might be Zena LaVey herself.
Really?
And that's, what was his name? Anton LaVey. He was the head of the Satanic Church. And his daughter, pop singer, all that, looks identical to Taylor Swift. I mean, we're talking like you put them side by side, identical.
Yeah, but like if you look at the old pictures of her, there was a softness. There's a hardness to this most recent. When you see pictures of her, or
when you sell your soul.
Yep.
Because that's selling your soul. You're putting your consciousness in a computer. That's what they do. And then if you don't play by the rules, we'll just replace you.
Yep.
And that's what they do.
Oof.
So deviant. I mean, so evil. You know?
So
I mean, how did it get to a point like this? And that's the thing. It's because they kept us so busy with sports and this and that, keeping up with the Joneses. Oh, you have to make this much money. You have to make sure you go to work every day. The mom has to work. Who has to raise the kids? Daycare. Well, what's the difference between a mom going to work for 30, 40 hours a week and how much you pay in daycare? So what, you're just doing this for what, a couple bucks? And
you get to pay taxes now. So that's really cool.
And you have somebody else raising your kid.
Of course.
Which is awesome, right? Because who better to know your kids than somebody else that don't have kids, that just came out of college? It's like, I don't care, you know. It's just like nursing homes. Why would anybody put their family member in a nursing home?
I know.
It's the worst place.
Yeah.
Because they know that they're getting all the Medicare and Medicaid money, but they don't have to they can treat them like shit.
But it's not even that. It's just the feeling of like, my life is too busy. And, you know, it's the same mentality they use for abortion. Well, your whole life will be ruined. So you have to like go, you know, you're saving the world. So instead of like bringing this soul in this child, whether it was, you know, an accident or not, you don't want to interfere with your plan.
Yeah.
You know? So that's the same mentality, as opposed to, and by the way, that's a mentality that is promulgated by parents as well.
Yeah.
You know, not right. So as opposed to saying, all right, we didn't, and I have family members who have like, we're really sorry you got into this mess, but this is now a family issue and that child is staying here. And it makes me very emotional because so many people like 17 and these families were just like, no, this child is here for a reason and we're raising it. And we're not letting you buy into this ridiculous idea that you kill your own flesh and blood soul.
And the thing is like, they make it so that the women don't have any responsibilities.
Yeah, well, that's the secondary gain to the whole thing.
And it's like, no, you need to go out and make money. You don't want to be a housewife, do you? You don't want to raise these stubborn kids. You're so young. Well, if you're so young, and Planned Parenthood is one of those, it's not even reproductive. It's just like a family planning.
Yeah.
Well, how are you planning a family when you're just killing them?
Yeah, exactly. And if you're too young to raise a kid, then don't have sex.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, they make sex so easy for the kids because they're pushing in the schools and the grade schools and all their books. It's like, you want to see a book burning getting ready to go on? We're going to do it.
Yeah.
All these parents, as I see it, remember when we were kids and, they had, meet the teacher. Like you had to go and meet the teacher before the school. And then they had those parent-teacher conferences. Ooh, I hated those. Because, when they get home, it's like, shit. It's like, can't lock the door. They got a key. So you kind of screwed. Can't change the locks because you're so young. You don't know how to do it. But that's the thing. It's like they put the fear of God in you. But that's when teachers and parents, they were actually on the same page.
Right.
But then you started seeing this whole drift. Like everything just, taking the moms out of the homes, putting kids in daycare. You don't know what the kids are doing in daycare. You don't know what being taught in daycare. So
you're putting the old people in nursing homes so you don't have the extended family and the multi-generation that, okay, maybe if mom does have to work for financial reasons, grandma's still there, or grandpa, and everything is there's some sense of raising this child with values and belonging as opposed to, this pride that, oh my God, he's 2. He has to go to school to get him to school. It's fucking babysitting. What do you mean school?
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, is that you look at it, right? Well, when we were born and we were growing up, our parents were there the whole step of the way. So why is it? And I did hear, and I'm not patting myself on the back, or it's just one of those things you have to do. It's like when my dad and mom got sick, I came back home and took care of them.
Right.
Because like hell, I'm going to stick them in a home. And I know my dickheaded sister wasn't going to do anything because she's fucking lazy. She wants to go out to the bars and do her own thing, have a nails. She's a trollop. But that's the thing. It's like, so if they were good enough to wipe your ass and teach you all this, then why is it that we're too good at the end of their life that we can't take care of them?
Right. Yeah.
That's it. You move them in, you take care of it, and it's like why would you push them off on a bunch of orderlies that are from the south side of Chicago that don't want to do shit, that they bitch about their job? Oh, I got to go clean bedpan. Fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll let somebody else do it. But then you have these elderly that have bed sores and all. But who runs the nursing homes? Do I need to say it?
No. Have you got a button?
Hello.
You got to hand it to these evil fuckers. They have proper done a number on us for a few thousand years, but we're reversing it, and we are awakening as humanity. And you've got to doff your cap to these people that have been fighting for us behind the scenes. And I will say to the people, military civilian alliance means they're here, we are there, and we have got to come up and meet them. When Trump says I'm giving power back to you, the people, we've got to be mature enough when they give it back to us to hold that power. It's only been 75 years or something since the Second World War and the Nuremberg trials, Nuremberg Code, convict came, and everyone's fucking doing it again, queuing up. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy times. We're going to laugh about that, and the only way us, as Anons and Awakened, have got through that is to take the fucking piss a bit and have a laugh at these people, because it's the only humour has kept us going, hasn't it? The
memes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
The memes, the humor. I mean, because we talk about a lot of heavy stuff, but you have to bring some comedy into it. You have to make light of it, because we're not making light of the whole situation. But if we just sit around and just get pissed off and aggravate all that, that just decreases our vibration.
That's right. We have to laugh.
It's like we have to understand that they've given us the information, the roadmap of what to find, and we take that map and we compare it to everything happening around us today, and you interlock them, and you don't simply use. But there are so many people out there that are, like we mentioned before, they're all going down their own ways. But we all want to get to the same point, right? We all have the same end goal. Yeah. We want to see everybody happy, prosperous, ascend, everything like this. Everybody we can save, get rid of all the evil and all that. So there's going to be people that we know that are just flat out evil. We're not going to see them.
Yeah.
But a majority of the people are going to be like, hey, because there's NPCs out there that walk around because they've been so brainwashed that it's almost like the Antifa kids and all that. They're all like complete NPCs. Like They have got to have some brainwashing tech in these universities. Something. Because
I think that whole system's coming down now. I think we're going to see it's all going to come crashing down. I think there's going to be certain parts of the last generations that are a little bit of casualties, but I think now coming up over the last, maybe the ones that were born over the last, like, I don't know, maybe since 2000, 2001, something like that, that are coming in very different and are going to be able to withstand everything they've gone through with COVID and come out the other end and be the leaders that we need going forward. I really do have faith in that.
I mean, what we can hope.
Yeah.
But the thing, I mean, I think it might be the kids after 2015 that we got to really rein in. Because if they stop their reincarnation cycle, then all the souls that are coming are pure. It's pure energy. That's why these kids, they can remember their past lives. It's like, you know, when they say kids say the darndest things. No, they don't. They tell you the truth. Damn it. Just listen to them.
Right. They haven't been corrupted.
But then they start talking about this, and then what do? You instantly put them in school, and they get totally brainwashed. It's like, that's why we have to bring back homeschooling.
Yeah.
You know, make it a neighborhood thing. You know, have people, you know, hey, Billy's dad could teach all their kids how to change a tire. Awesome. You know, and the thing is, you don't have to have them in school for 8 hours a day, listen to the same shit. You can knock it out in 2 hours, and they go out and play, and they can learn how to make, better connections, and then, but you're training them, not so much training, but you're teaching them how to be an upstanding, responsible individual at home.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Then how to rely on themselves.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like how to be okay by themselves and not be sitting at a desk at attention. Listen, when my daughter was in high school and she told me that they have to sit at assigned seats at lunch.
What?
I can't even, I'm embarrassed to even say that.
How much crap are we taught in school that we never ever use in life? I mean, fuck, how many of us played a recorder now? You know?
Well, sure as hell is in English, I'll tell you that much, because you see all these people, they can't spell, they can't speak, ain't, double negatives, like, it's like, so what are they actually teaching you guys in school?
Yeah. A bunch of
it's all social justice.
Yep.
It's all kick 'em all out.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Social justice warriors.
Yeah. It's nonsense. When my daughter, she went to, just bear with it, Catholic all-girls high school. She comes home in her senior year. She was always in honors and AP and all this other stuff. And she comes home, she's like, Ma, they have in this college course I'm taking, I have to read a book. I'm really not comfortable with it. I was like, what's the book? She's like, Lolita. She goes,
what?
It's like pedophilia, Ma. So of course, Mom, right? Well, the other effing mothers, nobody's complaining. I'm up there having a big freaking thing. And I'm like, why are they reading this? I mean, A, let's just go through. A, they're in a Catholic school. B, they're girls. C, they're underage. Why are they reading a book like this? And they're like, well, if your daughter isn't comfortable with that, we'll put her in the, like, I don't want to say dumb because she was in a school.
Yeah.
We'll put her in the less. I said, so she won't get college credit. So you're going to punish her because she's uncomfortable with this. And then this gets better. The head of the English department says, well, if she can't handle this one, how is she going to handle, I don't remember the name of the book, which is going to have like bestiality and stuff. I said, I have a question for you. These are college books. Are these the only books? We pick from the college roster of books. I said, or whatever the hell it's called. I said, and these are the only ones? These are the only ones that is on that list. There's not like something with, I don't know, learning about another culture or, looking into relationship. I was like, it's only this stuff. And so she tells me, my daughter, she's like, Mom, there's other girls in the class who feel the same way, but their parents are not calling and they're not getting involved. Why? Of course, because their parents are all brainwashed too. Yes. Right? So she goes, you know what? She goes, I know what I feel about this. I'm going to take it with it. She goes, but like, F them. She said, I'm just going to get my credit and just get through it at this point. I have like another semester left. I was like, fine, as long as I know your head's in the right place. But the rage, I mean, I went to the head of the advisor, the English department. I just was like, this is the most absurd freaking thing I've ever encountered.
you would have seen a school shooting on my end.
I
would have been there and put holes in all of them. Because why are they reading Lolita? Oh, because Jeffrey Epstein had the first edition in his mansion. So why are they reading? Because they're trying to normalize it.
That's right.
Try to say this is how it's all. And guess who did that back in Germany? Surprise!
But where
lock them all up.
Women that work at the school, they're mothers too.
They don't care. It's liberal white women are the downfall of America. That's it.
Completely.
They're all the feminists, the hyper. Oh, it's all, fuck your feelings. Your emotions. Oh, everybody's going to die, bitch. Good luck. Oh, well, kids are going to die if they don't get fed. You're going to tell me these 300-pound fucking pigs out there saying, I'm starving. You want to see starving? Go look at pictures of Gaza.
Yeah.
And if you want food, it's simple. It's real simple. What you do is you send them food packs every month. Like those Patriot packs. If you have more than 4 in the family, then you give them 2. Then you're promoting a Patriot business, but you're also getting all the food and everything like that, all the healthy food. It's like, if you don't like this, then get a fucking job and go earn your own way.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're bitching about, we have to work 40 hours a month and all this. Or 80 hours a month or something, like 20 hours a week. But you could literally do community service. You go pick up your neighborhood, do stuff like that. And that's what we mentioned a long time ago. That's what they should do. And now they're coming around with it. It's like, well, they should.
Yeah.
Because Tan Staffel, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Right. You know what I always say? Would you like fries with that? There's jobs. Would you like fries with that?
But the thing is, the sad part is that a lot of kids, they don't want to work in these jobs because they don't want to deal with these fuckers on the other side.
Yeah.
The people that are throwing hot coffee on people, that are running through there, walking behind, and then start beating shit. They need to round up all these sub-Saharans that are acting like that and ship them out too.
Mm-hmm.
Because fuck them. You guys want to bitch about slavery? We gave you a country. What do you think Liberia was? Abraham, they gave them their own country out in Africa to go to, and they ruined it. Just like they're ruining everything here because they put them in the ghettos, because the Jews were in the ghettos, and then they talk about slavery, how it's all that trauma and everything like that from back then. It's like, I don't even have trauma from anything my dad did or my mom. Nothing. Yeah. And it's like, they went through some shit. Everybody went through shit.
No, it's just brainwashing. That's all it is. It's just brainwashing to make them feel less powerful. Of course, within themselves. And it's actually sad, but now it's becoming a drain on the rest of us.
Yep.
So get your act together at this point, because we don't have the patience for this. There's too many people out there that need help, real help.
Yeah. And then you got them bragging on TikTok about, I pay $50 in rent. And I got 3 bedrooms and this, that, living high on the hog, but they don't want to do anything. They're all able-bodied Americans, but they don't want to do shit. They expect us, because they were told that because of slavery, that we have to take care of them. Well, maybe you ought to take it up with the people that actually ran the slave trade. That'd be even better. Don't take it up with the whites, take it up with the Jews, because they don't consider themselves white. They consider themselves Jewish. And that's the thing. When you look at all these people, they don't say they're American and think that, this person's Jewish. Well, you're not a Jew. You're Ish. Those who say they're Jews, but they're not. Synagogue of Satan. That's exactly why Christ was flipping over tables, because of all this prosperity gospel and saying, hey, you have to pay us in order to go to heaven. Well, let's see who did it throughout time. You have Pope John the 23rd he was the one that had the Second Vatican, and at the same time that Kennedy was killed.
Yep.
That was the whole upheaval of the Catholic Church, because they started bringing in indulgences. You could pay your way to heaven. Just like the Mormons, just like all of them. If they're requiring you to pay 10% of your salary to a church so that you could go somewhere that they're not even going, you might want to second guess your whole faith.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say, you have to give this much to this church and this. No. Who came up with that? Then you start looking at all these churches, and especially the Mormons. They have almost $300 billion, so they say, in investments and land and all this. But then when it comes to humanitarian stuff, out of all that billion, they only gave out 50 million. 50. That's it. And it's only to Mormons.
Oh, right.
Just like all these other churches. If you're not part of the church, no, we can't help you. It's like, huh. Because this one, I watched a video before this morning, and this one woman, she went to 50 different churches and for formula, for baby formula.
Oh my gosh.
And only 6 of them would help.
Wow.
But they're all tax-free, non-profit. You should be able to go to a church, and if you need food or help, they should be required to give it. Yeah. But you look at all these like Lakeland, all these prosperity guys like Osteen and all, they're all demons.
Yeah.
All of them are demons. And you got these black churches that they're like, oh yeah, you ain't leaving until we get $2,000. I mean, some of these videos out there, this lady gave $1,200. Right? So you think that the pastor would be like, oh, thank you. It's like, no. What did I tell you? What's 1,000 plus 1,000? And she's like, well, I'll have the $800. Like, no, you should have had the $800. I'm like, what? You're literally shaking people down for money to say, oh, if you don't do this, you ain't going to heaven.
Right.
It's
crazy stuff.
It is. It's nutso is what it is. It's only going to get crazier.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, we all think as soon as that global red pill comes out and stuff and everyone's awake and all that, that's it. We're all going to go on holiday and I might have a few months here and there and all that. But talking about memes earlier, you've got 1.7 million pages. I'm on my 4th hard drive, so I've got about 3,500 gigabytes of shit saved and all that. I've got to trawl all through again. So, Elisa, you and I can make many, many movies out of all that crap, I'll tell you. Because I've recorded all of it, really, for the last 5 years, since May 2020, since I put my face out. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
Isn't it?
It is. And that's the thing. It's like, no matter where we are in the world, we're all patriots.
Right.
We're all human. We want what's best for everyone. I want what's best for everybody in Africa. I want Australia, China, New Zealand, everywhere. I want what's best for everybody.
Exactly.
But you also have to understand, it's like their culture is their culture. If they're doing stuff that you don't agree with, then we don't have to deal with it.
Right.
We need to become isolationists like we were before World War II and just say, no, America first, that's it. But that's when you start seeing, oh, Israel first. Now you're starting to see the fracture. Now you're starting to see everybody saying, well, why does Israel have all this, all this power within the U.S. government of a foreign country that says, oh, we're sovereign, but we've given them $3 trillion, over $3 trillion. If you're sovereign, that means that you require no help from anyone.
Yeah.
That's why when this whole ascension comes, it's like, that's what we are. It's like, we're our own master. I mean, it's all about self-responsibility. You have to take responsibility for what you say, what you do. And I know a lot of people out there say, oh, well, he goes hard on them. It's like, hey, don't blame me. Blame the information. All we're doing is going to the information we find, and we're putting all the dots together. And if it keeps on going back to the same pricks that have us in this that you can't criticize, then it does. Just like if it went to the Polacks, because I'm a Polak, and guess what? I have a big, big-ass axe to grind because good old Nicholas Copernicus, the guy that said it's a spinning ball, was a Polak. So I'm like, great. Why couldn't that be a dumb one? It's like, if you want a good Polish joke, tell that one. Just tell that one. That's all you need. Yeah, a Polak thought the world was a spinning ball. It's like,
I was going to talk to you about that. We've got to mention flat Earth, haven't we? Let's put my other hat on.
There you go.
True Earther. So, it was
Man of many hats.
It was you. I've got loads of hats, loads of t-shirts. In fact, I'll just show you something quickly as well, because you've got to try and get the information out wherever you can and advertise it. A lot of people coming up to me and going, what does that mean? And that sort of stuff. There's the back of my van.
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Yeah, I've just put my website on there. So that's good. That's but yeah, it was you, Jason, that put me onto Noscom Funding and all that, and the Terror Infinity map. Do you want to talk about that for a few minutes?
We sure can.
Have you seen that, Elisa? Have I shown you that?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Right, that.
and
Now,
where
Jason,
are we?
before you through it, if I
Oh,
zoom
but I've
in,
seen it. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it, but not with us. You know what I mean?
so that is potentially.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh,
I
yes.
don't know where this map came from and stuff, Jay. You've looked into it a lot more than me. But if
Damn.
the Earth is flat and you've only got to listen to Flat Earth Dave going, the flight from there to there is a straight line, and the flight from there to there is a straight line. Why do we fly up there, across there, and down there? All these sorts of things. You know, it's a lot of it. And the math of a globe does not make sense.
Yeah,
does it?
nothing.
It just doesn't add up. But if this is the case, and extra terror is out there rather than up there, we've got, all the sort of constellations here, the lands of Draco, the lands of Saturn, the lands of Mars, Aldebaran, star names, the Anunnaki lands. This is really interesting. I mean, all your viewers will have seen this already, Jay, but I just think that is so interesting. So where did what got you into that, and what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, when I started looking into it, and because in the drops, it tells you it's a flat Earth, right? They say, "Oh, is the Earth flat?" No, right? But this information is necessary, right?
Right.
Yes.
But then they ask you about flights, right? When they go to Snowden, it's like, why would Snowden take a flight from Hong Kong? And are there any direct flights from Hong Kong to, Venezuela or Ecuador? Right? Now you plug that in, there are no direct flights. So if anybody can kindly tell me why, if you're flying from Hong Kong, that you're stopping at JFK International Airport on your way to Venezuela or Ecuador, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
Because it's impossible. In fact, every pilot I've talked to, every time I've flown, they all say the same thing. It's flat non. Even all the NASA documents say it's a flat non-rotational Earth.
Yeah.
Because the thing that rotates is the firmament.
Yeah.
It spins. That's the calendar. That's all it is. It's just one big calendar up in the sky.
Because it was in that same. It was a Q&A session, wasn't it, on the drops? And they also asked at the same time, or someone else asked, is JFK Jr. alive? And that was also a no, wasn't it? And I don't believe that. No.
Yeah. Because they're not going to come out and say yes.
No, of course.
They're wanting you to dig into it.
Yeah.
And say, well, I think you're incorrect. It's like disinformation is necessary.
Yes.
So like just because they say it doesn't mean it has a stamp of approval. Because the globe isn't patented. If you go and buy a globe and you look at the tag, it says not for educational purposes. Then what the hell is this thing for?
Does it really say that?
Yeah. If you go and look at a globe in any store and you look at the tag, it says not for educational purposes. I even show Louis Herms in Vegas. I bought a little globe just to show him. I'm like, look, it says not for educational purposes. So what other purpose would this be?
Right.
Because if gravity is such a big thing, then why doesn't gravity affect Australia? So there's enough gravity to hold all that water up, but still you have hummingbirds flying around. Makes a lot of sense. Water does not bend. Water always finds its level.
Yeah.
That's why people are like, oh, it's all bullshit. Every bit of it. Every single bit of it. We are an enclosed system. We have a firmament above us. That's why you never hear about the Eastern Hemisphere. You only hear about the Western Hemisphere. Where's the Eastern Hemisphere then? You never hear of it. Never.
Yeah.
Because you only have a circle. This is the Western Hemisphere. Where's the Eastern Hemisphere? It's probably in that America 2 in the Nazca Funda map, the Land of Clones. It's directly south. Well, it's to the bottom and to the right if you're looking at it. You want to pull it up?
Yeah. Oh, there.
Right there. Land of Clones. America 2, Europa 2, Gran Tierra de los Desertos, the Land of Experiments, the Land of Organics. I mean, it's all
so
here.
where did this map come from?
It's a guy called Nos Confundant.
100.
Nos Confundant.
Oh, and how I learned about it was Night God 333. That guy's amazing too. He's in Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, the shit he drops. Because you start watching this and you see all that, because there are a lot of books, and a lot of there's a channel, Italian P and the ampersand C, that actually has a lot of videos that go over all this.
Yeah.
Like they break every one of them down, and it's like, holy shit. It's like, well, I believe this more than a spinning ball.
So do I.
It just, you can't bend water.
No, in the olden days, before spirit levels were invented, they used to measure level by having a long tube and putting water in it, pulling one end up there, pulling the other end up there, and where the two bits of water was, that was your dead level.
That's it. I mean, it blows my mind, because what people don't understand is that when something is patented, it's tested, tried, and true. So the Gleason map was patented back in the 1872, I believe. So it's patented, tried, true, and proven. Where's the patent for the globe? I'm waiting.
Well,
because the Navy,
you would have it.
Yeah, because the Navy came out, and whether people want to say it was just a fluke, but why were they testing a railgun? And they're like, yeah, this railgun, it shoots over 200 miles, and it could hit it could hit a spot within 5 meters. It's like,
shoots around corners, does it?
Yeah, but how do you do the curvature?
Right.
Because it's like a 5 mile dip in 200 miles. So you say,
yeah.
So what? So either one thing has to be true. There are two. One thing has to be true about this. Either you're saying that we have 5 mile ships tall that you see what you're shooting, or want a flat level surface and you see what you're shooting straight out there. Right. Because that's why they took the Nikon, those cameras off the market and everything like that, because people are taking the Nikons and they're looking at the moon and all that, but then they're looking, out at oceans and all that, and because our eyesight is all 3-dimensional.
Right.
Yeah.
So our eyesight's been way repressed, but then you get that camera and you could zoom way out there and see tankers that they're like, oh, it went over the curve. It's like, then why is it still there?
Wow.
Yeah.
But they took those cameras off the market. Why? Why would you do that, Nikon?
Yeah.
We're just asking questions. That's all.
Just inquiring.
Yeah. But if you're testing railguns and they're like Mach 5 to Mach 7. Well, how does it follow a curve if you're going that fast?
Right.
It makes zero sense. All of it. I mean, it's logic. That's what people are lacking, is logic. They're not realizing it's like, yeah, you can see this stuff. It's like, but with the aid of technology, we can see a whole lot more. But that's the technology outside of us. What happens when the technology comes activated within us?
Yeah.
That's what they're afraid of.
Yes, they're afraid of us getting back that power, because once we have that power, they cease to exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all built on a fake, shitty system that has us, sacrificing our own, and we're not meant to sacrifice our own, because that's all abortion is, a sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Planned Parenthood and the Temple of Satan got together in 2019 to have more abortions to gain more energy.
Yeah.
I mean, just evil.
So awful. So, do you think we're gonna get you and Dina to come to New York in April to be part of the Awakening Summit?
Hell no. I am not going to New York until it's Jew-free.
Well, maybe the energy is needed for us to manifest those things.
Yeah. So here's the thing about that. I mean, I know that we're pretty much on their radar, because I did check. If you could do a check and see what Israel's been checking on.
Yeah.
Because you use the same when they were looking up the doctors and all that for that hospital in Utah and all that. They give you a site. They're like, oh, yeah, you could check anything that's been checked and all that. And you drop it down to Israel. You put your name like JCQ, and there are a couple of big spikes. But a spike, it goes to 100, right? Yeah. But if you just had individual people, it would just be like little spikes, right? But there's like big spikes. And I'm like, well, now we see why being kicked off X, why being kicked off YouTube, and all this. At least we have a home with Rumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I would say is that, at least there is some free speech out there, because when people are like, oh, on Rumble, I'm getting my channel, kicked off. There's no way people are getting their channel kicked off on Rumble.
No.
Because, if we're all talking about the same shit, in April, I think April is going to be that is going to be the month of all months.
Really?
Yes. Even says in the drops like April, A, and all that. Because you have Easter, right? 2 Easters back to back. You have the regular Easter on the 5th, and you have the Orthodox on the 12th. What's 12 plus 5? 17. Boom week. Because that's when they said that on Easter, on April 5th, that is when the regular star will be seen in the east. That's why they moved the Space Force over to Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville is a massive, massive dig in itself. I mean, that's the place that holds a lot of this, all these technologies. And with the regular star, because in the Space Force, you see the Sphinx and it's looking up at a star, that's Regulus. Well, if Regulus is going to be seen in the east on April 5th, what if that's the, remember when they say the Star of Bethlehem and all that? What if it was Regulus? And what if actually Trump comes out and says who he really is? Because I'm dying for that. When people find out who he truly is.
And who is he truly?
He holds the office of the Christ. He's the one that holds the office of the Christ right now. He is the Redeemer. I am your retribution. I am your retribution. And there's so much. I mean, we went down the whole line. I mean, his father's middle name was Christ. His grandmother's last name was Christ. Maiden name was Christ. You go all the way down and you look at him. It's like, yeah, has he had some hiccups and all that in his life? Yeah, but he hasn't done anything bad, because they pretty much combed through his whole life and said, hey, this guy could literally walk on water right now. Because what he's doing is that's why the whole heavens and earth, it's like, it's him. Like when you see all these countries and how they're treating him, right? Because they know he who has the gold makes the rules. That's why when they brought all those leaders in, they're like, oh man, all this gold, they were just floored. It's like, where'd you get all this quality? It's like, how'd you have all this shit made up quick? Or did you use the last 4 years or 5 years to have all this stuff made because you were coming back home and he's making it in the people's house? Because he has his house, Mar-a-Lago, that's his house. But we the people, that's our house.
Right.
So if you're putting all this money in a ballroom, because the thing is that it's coming out of his pocket, right? He's like, yeah, we got a lot of donors. It's like, yeah. But didn't Reagan do the same thing when he remodeled the 3rd floor of the White House? He paid for all himself. And by donations. There's another 2. Because president skipped president, that was only done one other time, and that was Grover Cleveland. Boom, president, skip, boom. And you look, Grover Cleveland was on the $500 bill? No, $1,000 bill. Grover Cleveland was. And McKinley was on the 500. So isn't it funny that they want to come out with a new bill, a $250 bill with Trump on it? Because also, this whole thing with the gold and silver standard, there had to be one thing that had to be stopped minted. The penny. And just guess what? This week, they printed their last penny.
Oh, is it this week?
They already did it.
Wasn't it? Yesterday.
They already did it. It was yesterday or the day before. They already did it.
Really?
Because I was like, because it costs 3.2 cents to print a penny. How is that even fiscally responsible?
Right.
But you get rid of the penny, now you can bring in the silver standard. Because people are like, oh, what are you going to do with nickels and dimes? It's like, That's all fake currency, guys. The bills, the change, it's all fake.
Yeah.
So we have to have everything roll out again. So it's gonna be a beautiful time, beautiful thing. I mean,
we're just living the greatest time in history.
It's going to be biblical.
That it is.
This has been so great. I mean, I can't. I'm looking at the live stamp here. I can't believe it. And we could probably go for another 4 hours. Just things just keep flowing. This has been so. You have to come back.
Oh, I will definitely.
Yeah,
and
brilliant, Jason. You just tell Dina as well that I know I said all the shows I've watched of yours over the years, but I am in touch with my feminine side, and I used to love watching Dina on with Tara Crete on Sacred Valley.
Oh, I mean,
it's a good show that was.
Tara, I mean, meeting her down in Doral too. I mean, it's almost like when you meet, it's like it's like that energy. It's like when all of us meet, it's like you're gonna be like, yo, you're drawn to your tribe.
Yes.
Because it's like, you know that they trust themselves. That means you trust yourself. That means you completed a trust circle.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. Well, seeing as should we finish it there then? And seeing as we obviously Jason Q and I've got a little outro on here today. General Finn's little video that he did 3 minutes 40 seconds with all those comms in. I reworked it and just whacked a few Q drops in there. And if anyone does want this, if anyone could follow me and Elisa, we're just trying to build our Rumble channels. We've had so many other channels deleted, and YouTube got taken down during the live yesterday. We still got the channel, but we don't care about YouTube. If anyone could follow our Rumble channels, that would be brilliant.
What's your Rumble channel by chance?
Oh, hang on.
Is it the same one? It's not Elisa V Unscripted. That's the same one?
That's my channel, Elisa V Unscripted, and Stu's is...
That's fine.
Stu's News Lives. Stu's News Live 5.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, and that's yours as well, Elisa. You've got to try and change your name.
I know. I have to do that. You'll help me.
At the end, yeah. But Dina's got those anyway.
Yeah, and you could just look it up. It's just Elisa V Unscripted.
Yeah. So. And there's Jason's as well. Most people know that. And all our other details are in the scroll. But like I say, I just whacked a few Q drops, some of my favourites out the first 55 drops on General Finn's video. And if anyone wants to download it, it's pinned on my Twitter. So thank you, Jason. That's been amazing.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you too.
Much love.
And much love.
Yeah.
And just let me know when you want to have another one, and just tell Dina, and we're good to go.
Done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love to you and Dina.
Yep. Love you guys.
Take care. This video is coming on now. See you later.
Bye.
We are in a war most people don't even see. It's not just bombs or bullets. It's information, technology, and control over what you believe. Every day, powerful forces shape the news you read and the thoughts you hold. This is fifth-generation warfare. And whether you know it or not, you are already on the battlefield. The choice is yours. Remain unaware or recognize the fight and take a stand.
Running through the dark, nowhere left to hide. Battle lines are drawn, taste the smoke and fire. Ooh.